Good morning, everyone. I call to order the April 20, 2023 special meeting of the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. I want to welcome everyone who is here and on live stream. I want to first acknowledge we are in a different space today for this special meeting. We are in the West Committee Room. The boardroom is currently offline for long-planned technical maintenance to continue the board's capabilities to live stream meetings. This is a vital part of our commitment to transparency. With much gratitude to our technology colleagues, we plan to be back in the boardroom for our regularly scheduled May meeting. As a housekeeping item, I'd like to note that the West Committee Room has room-wide microphones. These microphones allow any speaker to be heard both in the room and on live stream. As such, we request that individual side conversations, whether from members of the community who are here with us today or from my colleagues who are around the table, be kept to a minimum. The Zoom audio feed will pick up all audio from the room. Additionally, Regents given access to room microphones, we will not use the touch-to-speak microphones that are in front of you. So understand that as you may be speaking to your colleague, everybody may be hearing what you are saying. I'd like to note at this time that Regents Tad Johnson and Cody Verhalen are on Zoom. Regent Johnson will be attending this meeting, the entire meeting on Zoom. Regent Verhalen is on her way, delayed in traffic, but is coming in, I believe, on audio, but will be here shortly. And that is also true of our Regent Bo Tarabi, who I understand is on her way as well. Oh, she's here. Forget those comments. So it'll only be Regent Johnson who will attend the entire meeting by Zoom, with Regent Verhalen showing up very shortly. Unfortunately, Regent Powell is across the ocean. He is traveling. He's in a location where he has no internet connection, perhaps lucky for him. And in any event, he sends his regrets for not being able to attend this very, very important meeting. He thought he would have a connection, and he does not. Before we move to our agenda, I'll note that I'm going to use my prerogative as chair to postpone item 3 on the agenda, which is the election of the vice chair. In addition to the likelihood that the other 2 items will take nearly all of our scheduled time today, I've heard over the last few days the concerns from some of my colleagues that they would like more time to consider the important leadership position of vice chair. I've also heard from other colleagues regarding the need to ensure that a vice chair position is filled quickly. So with that in mind, while we will postpone the election today, we will return to it at our next meeting, special meeting, which is going to take place next week. No one could have anticipated the course of events that have transpired over the 17 days. Nevertheless, since learning that President Gabel will be leaving us shortly, the board has marshaled all of its resources to plan and execute today's meeting. The board and our staff have worked quickly and tirelessly to address the set of circumstances that are now on our plate. To that end, I want to assure my board colleagues and members of the university community that the board is committed to an open and transparent communication moving forward. I've worked very closely with Regent Powell over the past several months as vice chair, and I am ready to lead in the role of chair at this incredibly important time at the university. I want to thank Ken for his service and leadership over the past 4 years. And I appreciate his decision, which is, I think, a very difficult decision for him to take at this time, to step off of his role as chair to help the board seamlessly transition its own leadership in light of the pending regent elections by the Minnesota legislature. The university's education, research, and outreach mission exists to benefit the state of Minnesota, and I will always keep that commitment front and center when conducting the business of the Board of Regents. I would like to reiterate that the university has been enormously successful over the past several years, and my intent, as I'm sure it is the intent of everyone around this horseshoe, is to keep the momentum going to achieve our key priorities as outlined in Impact 2025 and beyond. As chair, like my colleagues, I am committed to maintaining the momentum on our many key university priorities and initiatives while reinforcing our institution's service to all Minnesotans. We will now move to the agenda, and the first item on the agenda is the interim president selection process. This is both a review and action item, and so we will begin. The first item of business before us this morning is to put in place a process to name an interim president for the University of Minnesota. The board has received a wide variety of public comments on this topic. All comments received through yesterday afternoon were compiled and shared with the board for our consideration. I speak for my colleagues when I say we are highly appreciative of each person who took the time to share their ideas and perspectives with us. Our top priority as a governing board is to select a president. The board is intentionally taking a very measured approach through this process. As I've also stated, we are committed to acting in an open and transparent manner to reassure our community that the university will maintain the momentum and key priorities while reinforcing our institution's service to all of Minnesota. Before we get to the task of defining our process today, as a preliminary matter, I'm going to ask that all of my colleagues around the table here refrain from nominating individuals or even naming specific individuals by way of example who they believe might be an appropriate candidate for the position of interim president. Even by way of example, I believe that naming specific individuals at the beginning of the process may not only detract from or derail the overall conversation that we are about to have, but I also think it would be very unfair to those identified persons to have their names shared without their knowledge or their permission. We will have time to review and discuss individual candidates in future meetings, but my hope is you will honor my suggestion that we not discuss them today. Moving to the development of the process, I would suggest that the starting place be the key questions outlined in the docket materials, which hopefully will lead to consensus on the position, the desirable characteristics and attributes of an interim president and the process to get to that selection. To that end, due to the wide-ranging nature of these topics, I'm intending to proceed less formally than we usually do in a board meeting so that we can have hopefully a robust discussion and exchange of ideas and brainstorm together. For example, to get a sense of whether we have consensus on a particular item before we move on to the next item, I may ask for a show of hands from time to time, just to get a sense of, are we on the same page, or are we equally divided, or where are we on a topic? I do intend to still use the process of asking colleagues when they have input or a comment they want to make to raise their hand or to signal to me or to Brian Steves that they want to speak so we can manage the conversation. But it will be less formal, I'm assuming, than we usually conduct our conversation. The goal is that through this process of deliberation, the outcomes from today's meeting will shape our next special meeting, which we are trying to finalize the date before you leave here today to find a date next week, which will work for all or most of you based on the information you've provided regarding your availability. So with that, unless anybody has any questions, I'd like to move to our first question as set out in the docket materials, and that is to see if we can reach consensus on the position description, what it is that the board expects the interim president to achieve during their tenure here. First, we will discuss what the board wants the interim president to accomplish. And with the assistance of board staff, Jason, where are you? He indicated to me he got the short straw. So on this. But in any event, to keep our discussion organized, he is going to be capturing live our ideas as we work. As you can see them on the screen, they're right there. And he'll be editing and doing the best as he can to capture what it is he is hearing. If this doesn't work, we'll try something different, but we're going to give this a shot. We think it will be effective to keep our ideas right in front of us. So I will make every effort after we have had a discussion, for example, on the position description, to synthesize the ideas that I have heard. And Jason will then continue to add them to a document to display on the screen. So Jason, you've already shared the initial set. All right. So with that, I'm going to open the floor for discussion on the position description. To start our conversation, I'm going to offer you my thoughts. And this is just to get the discussion going, to get your reaction and go from there. I personally, when I look at those items which are listed there, I would propose that the interim president should stay the course with the support and support our current initiatives and activities as set out in Impact 2025. I would also add that I would like to have, and this isn't on here, the position description, I think it should include someone who has a track record for competently addressing crises. I believe we need someone who can provide stability on a going forward basis, who can, as we talked about, in the last couple of weeks, who can keep the trains running on time. But we know that in the next several months, there will be unanticipated events. We could have another pandemic. We could have another George Floyd event. We don't know what's coming down the tracks, using that analogy. And I would like to, I think that person, as part of the position description, needs to have ability to, or at least past experience in dealing with crises, unexpected crises, and us getting a sense of how they've done that in the past. I'm personally not interested in, for the interim president, of having a change agent or someone who has a completely new vision from what we have set out in Impact 25. My personal view is at the time we get to talking about the president, that's a whole different ball of wax. That's the appropriate time to say, do we need a new direction? Do we need another vision to take us going forward? But right now, my view is we need stability and we need to keep the trains running. I also believe it would be clearly a plus for me if the individual, and I think this position description should include it, is someone who has legislative success, meaning either working with legislators in the past and particularly Minnesota legislators. I think that's important. We all know that our relationship over at the legislature is challenged, and we need someone in the next year who can enhance our work over there, not only in the next 6 weeks if we get an interim president, but over the course of the next year. So with that, that's my reaction, but you all will have others, or you can certainly react to the ones that are up on the board. But at this time, I would entertain any discussion, ideas, input on the position description. By the way, I recognize some of this may flow over to when we talk about characteristics and attributes. For example, the ability to do crisis management may be viewed as an attribute or characteristic. It's less important to me we get it into the right bucket than it is to get the topic out on the board. Okay, so who has comments? All right, Regent Davenport, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Maron. What's missing for me on this list, and I would maybe categorize it as positioning and an interim positioning the university and the campus community and the greater university community for the permanent president. And so that includes things, for example, like dealing with issues that might be held over from today and general university sense, presenting the attributes of the university so that they're out there, because we want to attract for the permanent position the best candidate. And that's part of what I believe an interim's role is to set the table, set the stage for that permanent president, both on our campuses and throughout our community.
Thank you.
Oh, and one more.
Yes.
And work closely with the board, not just work closely with the legislature, but work closely with our members.
All right. So what I'm hearing you say here is we need to add to the additional attributes or an additional, piece that should be part of any position is someone who has the ability to do what you called interim positioning, to make sure that they are presenting the attributes of the position of president and hopefully in as most positive light as possible to make it attractive for permanent when we are interviewing and selecting and trying to get individuals to apply for the permanent position, that they find that this position of president is an attractive position and something they would seek, and someone who could not only work, because you said closely with the legislature, but closely with this board.
Yes, and that sounds simple, but that's very deep.
Okay, all right, thank you. Jason, are you thinking why don't we go ahead, is that added yet? Let's add it right now so we don't lose it, as best you can. We can call it interim positioning.
Or just positioning.
Pardon?
Positioning.
Positioning, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I ask a follow-up to Regent Davenport?
Yes, the answer, we'll try it and see.
Okay, thank you. Well, and thank you, Regent Davenport. I heard kind of two components in what one was someone who can address things that are an issue now. And so I'm kind of seeking clarification on both points. How would you describe that? You want someone that is going to actually, as opposed to just sort of maintaining status quo, someone who actually is able to then use that, the advantage of the temporary status to actually go in and try to address some of these challenges that, would be nice to address before someone has to come in and start anew. Am I understanding that right?
Chair?
Yes.
So let me preface this by saying I have some pretty good experience observing interims and being an interim president. And there are things, yes, that need to be addressed on a short term to fix, I'll use that term. I don't know that things need fixing, I don't want to say that, but to address some high priority issues or change issues. I think it's not being the change agent, but it's addressing some issues that may be lingering that we want taken care of before a new permanent comes in.
Madam Chair.
There's a range of that, I imagine.
Madam Chair, if I may. And then I'd kind of tie that to your talking about working closely with the board, because obviously when somebody comes in, they're going to need, depending on where they come from. Yes. That's part of that. And then the other part was you talked about someone who I was hearing, kind of maximizes the prospects that we would have to select from, or the board at the time will have to select from for the new president. How would the interim do that? One of the questions is whether they're a candidate for it and how that has an impact on the number of applications. But what are some of the things that you think they can do to improve our prospects for the board at the time having a full range of prospects for the permanent position?
Regent Davenport, before you answer, if you've got some specific examples that you want to share, that you feel like you can share from your experience, either as an interim or watching other interims come in, either things that they did successfully or you did successfully, or things that actually impeded the ability of the institution then to garner potential candidates because there was harm done to the position of the presidency. Any examples will help, I think, people understand what we're trying to get at here.
I'll give a personal example and use trust building. if there's maybe a gap in trust between the public and an institution, it's important to build that trust so that there's confidence both internally and externally that we're going to get a good president.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, other individuals who would like to weigh in on the position description. And by the way, the initial bullets were a function of what former Regent Powell and I garnered from our discussions prior to this meeting here today. This is what we were able to synthesize by talking to all of you individually about attributes that you thought were important. So if you think that these don't belong on here, by all means, this is the time to speak up as well, because ultimately we will need to develop, I would think, we don't need to. We may decide it's desirable that if we want to take applications for the position, we need to be able to describe the position, what the expectations are. So if there's things you don't like, please let us know. Yes, Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I generally agree with at least so far where the conversation is going. I think stay the course is the description that resonates with me. I think of the interim position as an operation position. Again, as someone said, make sure the trains are running, make sure the bills are paid, the accreditation remains. And as Regent Davenport pointed out, obviously there's issues that need to be addressed. And I think, there may be opportunities for some strategic changes, but if those come along, I don't think we ignore them. But, the board opines a little more than we would, if it was a permanent position. I would say, the one thing I would point out, the legislature one, I do think it's important. Obviously, you need someone who can represent the university at the legislature. I don't know that it would be a focus or a disqualifier. And I say that not because I don't think that relationship is important, but I think in this interim period, that may be an opportunity for the board to support that role a little more, right? If we have a strong candidate who can keep things running, on our campuses and make sure everything's fine there, and of course represent us when needed, we who have all had experience at the legislature can step in and help build those relationships and sustain them in that 1 year period.
So what I'm hearing from you is stability is important, and while the ability to work closely with the Minnesota legislature is important, it may not be as important as some of the other attributes, because perhaps there are others who could address the need to work closely with the legislature if that particular individual didn't have that as part of their skill set.
You said it better than me. It's like putting something into ChatGPT and getting a better response.
Oh my God. Okay, thanks. All right. Thank you. Regent Farnsworth, comments, reactions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mayron. I'd add a couple things to the conversation. One, I think something Regent Davenport said about trust building is really important, particularly with our students and university community. But then I think that bleeds into working closely with the Minnesota legislature. I would actually place a pretty strong emphasis on that. Completely agreeing with my colleague Regent Kenyanya that I think there's a role that the board could and should be playing, and there's more opportunities for us to do that in this interim period. But, just even on the Senate floor the other day during the higher education debate, there was a lot of praise, around how MnState's president and administration has been present and some identified opportunities for us. And so I think the president as a position is really important in that regard. And so I would place heavy value on that. In terms of the conversation around staying the course, or thinking, about is this more of a keeping the trains running position or change agent. I view those as kind of two ends of the spectrum, and there's a lot of room in between, right? And so I think inherently, given a number of issues in front of the university, I think this position needs to be somewhat in the middle. You know, I could recount all the issues that we're all familiar with that are happening right now, but I don't think because of the particular time that we're in at the university that this is an inherently stay the course position. I think there's going to be a number of big decisions that need to be handled and initiatives and strategic direction and positioning in the next year that this candidate is, or this position is going to have to be involved in. And absolutely that involves the board and deep partnership and working with the board, again, to Regent Davenport's point. That's something I feel strongly about. But I think, you know, creating that as a spectrum, just defining that for my own purposes, and you know, staying the courses over here. I think we need to be a little bit more towards in deep partnership with the board, having an expectation that this position is going to be involved with some pretty major things in the next year or whatever the timeline we set is later on in the conversation. And so that's where I would see some of that, and appreciate the discussion so far.
So I'm hearing there's stability, stay the course on one end and change agent on the other, and you think the truth lies somewhere in between. We need to be flexible because you may be called on to do something in between that range. And your view is having the need for someone with legislative experience, you would place that at a higher priority than perhaps the colleague to your left.
Perhaps.
All right, fair enough. Regent Fairhaven.
Thank you, Chair Maron. Looking at this list, listening to this conversation, and reminding ourselves the question in front of us is, what does the board expect the interim president to achieve during their tenure? I think is really important. And the achieving piece, I certainly found myself in the big items that are in front of this board and the university over the next year that really we need to keep in mind, along with the flexibility of other things do come up. And some of those big things that come to mind are the PEAK initiative, continuing enterprise risk management, making sure we're keeping our eyes on where our risks are and what we need to be doing to manage those risks. Looking at the business configurations that we have in front of us that also carry legislative interconnections with the Fairview Sanford work, as well as our potential new campus in St. Cloud and medical school in St. Cloud, and those types of issues. And so I wouldn't want the interim president to come in with the intent to upend everything and start over. We have many things in the hopper, many great things this university is doing. We talk about them at every meeting as far as our accomplishments and where we're heading and the changes that we've made so far over MPAC 2025, but where we need it to continue going to hit those milestones in the next 2 years. And I'm not sure what I just said can be neatly put into a bullet point on here, but those are my thoughts as we think about what we want the interim president to achieve during their tenure.
Okay, I'm going to try. I'm going to try, and I'm hearing is, look, we already have on our plate some really big ticket items, and you gave by way many examples of them, and that this person, your view is that in terms of what they achieve is to keep those big ticket items, the momentum moving forward on them, and period. All right, Jason, did you get that? All right, yes, Regent Rocha. And then I do, I'm very painfully aware we're just on the position and we've got to get to, we're going to have some really meaty items as well. And some of this, again, is going to get captured by our discussions on attributes and characteristics of the person. But that said, Regent Rocha.
Maybe I should, just if I question to Regent Verhalen. If she'll yield a question. So if I'm understanding, and I think we're in accord on this, but so bullets 3 and 4 of creating a new vision and creating a new direction for the university, you're not seeing that the interim would be coming in trying to, sort of change that with the board, and that's more of a job for the board and the permanent president. Is that, am I tracking?
Yeah, I'm saying 2, 3, and 4. Be a change agent, create a new vision, create new direction, that those are bullets that in and of themselves, I don't support in the big picture for our interim president and what they would achieve during the interim time. I think that there are aspects of their role that will require them to Regent Farnsworth's point, things may come up that may require them to strategically or in a very pointed way do those things if something comes up or we have a significant initiative we need to move forward during the time as interim. Where we need to change direction on it, because sometimes that happens.
Right.
But not to take each of those as individual siloed kind of, these are my missions coming into this position as interim president. And I all of that ties together with what Regent Davenport said and Regent Farnsworth said, which is continuing to build the position and the relationships of the position and the institution with our key stakeholders, whether that be the legislature, the community, our students, our faculty, our staff.
Commissioner Chair, if I could just a final point. So on the second one, like with Regent Davenport's comments earlier about addressing issues that are here, change agent with a small c on those types of issues is still okay?
Yes, of course.
Okay, just thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is one where I'd like to get a show of hands. So I expressed it, and I think Regent Fairhill also just expressed it, that bullets 2, 3, and 4 in terms of what they were intended, which is someone who's, we're not expecting, the position doesn't anticipate a person who's going to be expected to change, do a right turn in terms of the direction that we're going, but rather to continue with the current momentum. I'd be interested in how, and as we look at those bullets, and raise your hand, how many would agree that we should pull out bullets 2, 3, and 4, recognizing the comment by Regent Rocha, there will always be the concept of, change with a small c, but these are designed to look at kind of seismic changes of direction. That was the purpose of those bullets, because if that's what people want in an interim president, I think they ought to achieve that in the next year. It's a whole different dialogue. So let's do a show of hands. How many would agree we pull out bullets 2, 3, and 4? Anybody disagree? Okay.
Although Tad Johnson has his hand raised.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Regent Johnson. Then I'm going to propose, can you either delete those or put a strikeout so we can show, yeah, perfect. That shows they're coming off our dialogue here. Any other items that people want to talk about? Yes, Regent Verheugen.
Chair Mayron,
Yeah.
Regent Tad Johnson is trying to address the board.
Oh, I didn't know.
Actually, no, I did a premature hand raise there, so I agree with striking those.
He's not. All right. Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in on the position? Yes, Regent.
Along with working closely with the Minnesota legislature, I think a big part of what we're doing is we're raising a lot of our monies from philanthropy, and we've had very good luck over the last 11 years with that. And I would want us to work well with donors and philanthropists and alumni in retaining that momentum. I think that's really, you can only coast downhill, so I don't want to coast, so.
All right, let's add that as well if we can. That is to keep the momentum with our partners at the Alumni Association, our donors, as well as the legislature. Okay, Regent El-Arabi.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. I think a lot of the things that I was going to say, I think we've discussed, so I really appreciate it. I just want to echo the sentiment about really positioning and making sure that this interim, even though it's an interim, it's a person who's comfortable communicating. I feel like that's been something that feels very much needed with our various stakeholders. And then I'm also thinking that it would be great to have somebody who can help to kind of smooth or kind of create, and that might be, assessments or other types of things, activities that could help to prepare, I guess, for the incoming president to be able to step in and be able to kind of do the work that they need to do moving forward. So I think working with this board to be able to determine areas for assessments that would be helpful for the new president to be able to step in into position. I think amongst some of the other things we've talked about is because we have the some really exciting initiatives kind of happening, and so we're not looking for the big C, but maybe the small C. But I would say maybe it will come up when we talk about characteristics, but certainly somebody who's comfortable being in those discussions and being able to understand how to build partnerships, being able to understand negotiations, or having had that kind of executive experience, I think would be really helpful because those things are going to keep moving and we don't want to pause on them, even though this is an interim position. So.
Thank you. Just so I can clarify, when you talk about the assessment piece, I'm not clear what you mean by that.
Yeah, and I'm being general about it because I think there could be a number of things that require assessment in the interim. I know that, for example, we have a number of senior positions open, right? And so there's opportunities to really look at how our senior teams are working. It could be assessments about kind of how can we engage our various communities. I just don't think everything that we want will be done. And so, how can an interim help to assess situations and prepare it for the permanent president who will be incoming and having to take up those things.
Okay, so I heard a good communicator, the assessment piece, which you just talked about, in order to hopefully position the position for president in good stead, and also that whether it's an attribute or characteristic or falls under position, someone who's comfortable with the various stakeholders in terms of building partnerships with the various stakeholders, the ability to negotiate, again, whether it's on a variety of different topics, but that needs to be part of, at least in their past experience, that's something they would bring to the table. Okay, Regent Sviggum.
Madam Chair, thank you. Your recent vote and elimination of those 3 bullets will change my speech significantly.
Okay.
And shorten it significantly. But I think this is probably one of the last times that you will get to hear from either myself or Regent Rocha. You were supposed to respond to that.
I've done it enough. The joke has.
It's been like 3 or 4 months we've said that. I was expecting some type of eruption.
All right, I know.
Having said that, I think it strikes me that we needed to assess where the university is with our performance right now, with our status right now, as to whether we need to change it or not. And I think we maybe all agreed that the university's performance is pretty good.
I would say excellent.
Very good. In many, many areas. So we've determined a change agent is not necessarily what is necessary. And that was going to be my comments, that we need not necessarily just a caretaker, but certainly when you look at our 2025 strategy, our peak initiative, public safety, our medical initiatives, we need to stay the course with what President Gabel has laid out. And I'll just leave it at that. I was going to say a lot more, but I don't need to after your votes.
All right, thank you. All right, yes, Regent Ruth Johnson.
All right, just want to add one thing. I agree generally with what's been said and the approach, but one thing that came to mind is Davenport was sharing your experience, is that I think we should be clear that although we don't want someone to come in and say, well, we're not going to do this or we're going to change this and all that, anyone we have coming into this position will have significant experience and expertise and ideas. And I think we should explicitly empower them to say, look at these things. These are important to us. We have, and please share with us your insights, your experience, ways maybe they'll have good ideas that we can agree with to move, whether it's with students and faculty or with the legislature, whatever we want, all those things, a lot of important things, the narrative, our relationships. So I think we should be very clear to them, come in, take a look, here's, open things up. What do you see? What can you tell us? And what ideas do you have? You've had experience, you've handled other things. And I think that could be a great value with an interim, from whatever background they come.
Okay, I'm agree. I don't know how to synthesize that. Go ahead, Jason, have at it. Other than, I think it does fit under what Regent Davenport talked about and also what Regent Talrabi talked about in terms of someone who's coming in from the outside, has all this experience and comes in kind of with a different set of glasses on lens, and we don't want to preclude them from sharing what they're seeing with us to help us be a better place. Even if we're not coming in and saying, your job is to change the course and direction here at the university. All right, any other comments on the idea of position? Otherwise, we're going to move on to the desirable characteristics and attributes of a president. And we've got all of these, actually, no, before we do that, we're going to talk about, I'm sorry, I moved too far. I moved a page ahead in my remarks. We're going to talk about speed. How fast do we want this process to go? We laid out there a couple bullets before the legislature holds its joint convention to elect a new regent, which we have no idea when that will be or if it will be while they're still in session, before President Gable's last day of work. Certainly when we got word of this, that Joan Gable was leaving, the initial reaction is we need to fill this position immediately, like yesterday. I think people have tempered their remarks with that as they begin to think about how important the interim position is, but need to get a sense from you about how fast you want to move. So, Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. To this point, I think obviously the first bullet point is an unknown variable, which I wish we're all familiar with the process, wish it was more of a known variable. To the second point, I think, as we all know, this is the most important job of a trustee and regent is to select a president and to deal with who the president is and leadership transition. And the next year is going to be really critical for all of us. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done depending on what we talk about later on in process. And so I think it's good that we're here. It's really important that we're having this board meeting. Sounds like we are going to have another meeting next week. I think, per the point early on under kind of the three principles that have been laid out in our docket materials. Number 2 particularly resonated with me. That says the board must act with openness and transparency, even if that means the board's public meetings involve complicated or sensitive conversations or take more time to come to a decision. So I think, we think we need to get going. I think we need to continue with the process. And so I would, my thought on speed is that we just need to, we're kicking it off now. And I think we need to keep going with the process because especially, I have some thoughts later on the bullet points under process that would, include some time, but also us moving in a very, transparent and open manner through how we're required to meet as a board and everything. And so my comment on speed is that I think we need to keep moving forward and continue this process that we're kicking off today.
Thank you very much. Let me just share, I think, along those lines, and then I'll call on Regent Hipsch. Personally, while I think speed is important, I think at the end of the day, what's most important is we get this right. And so getting it right is more important to me than doing it fast. I know we all intend to ensure that the process is inclusive and that input from all regents and members of the university community be taken into consideration through this process. And I think that's what you were alluding to as well, Regent Farnsworth. So for me, I'm about, yes, we're going to move with intention and deliberation, and that's why I've scheduled another meeting for next week because I know we're not getting it done today, and it can take 3-4 days just to gather your availability for a meeting, much less to find a common date. So we've got a lot of work cut out for us, and my intention is to keep it moving at a very steady pace with the hope, this is me speaking, that we have an interim president before President Gable leaves. But if that doesn't work, and right now her intended date of departure is June 9th, if that doesn't work because the nature of the process requires us to take more time, then we'll take that up. But that's my personal goal, if for no other reason, so that there can be some overlap and handoff between her and the new interim president. But it isn't going to be something, as I talked about at the very beginning, where we're going to name names and elect an interim president today. So with that, Regent Hipsch.
Just a quick fine.
Yes, Regent Farnsworth.
Yeah, just a quick finer point. I realize my comments maybe could be misinterpreted as moving fast. I think we need to move steady and deliberate and continue on with the process. I think having an interim president before President Gable's last day is ideal. But I think we should keep moving. It doesn't necessarily mean we should move too fast. So I would agree about being steady and being deliberate, but demonstrating action to the university community and knowing that, this is going to require a higher time investment by the board in this period, which I think we're all aware of, or I would hope we're all aware of. So I don't want to speak on behalf of everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Hipsch.
I don't think doing quality work and moving quickly are mutually exclusive. I think we can do both, and I think we should do both. And I'm for much quicker process. I think everybody can do their work faster and more diligently, so we get this process done. Because I think the unknown is not good in leadership positions. So I think we want to know we want to know who the next leader is going to be. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments by the people want to add? Yes, Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Maron. I would be a little bit more definitive in my comment in that I think we have to set a target. I would submit the target of end of May. Hearing the June 9 date now, I would be more inclined to do that, recognizing or appealing to our members, my colleagues, that we need to be available to be swift, yet very determined in doing it right.
All right, I'm hearing let's set a target date. Let's set it for the end of May, and that would require all of us to commit to likely spending significantly more time in this concentrated period in order to get the job done and to get it done right. Yes. Oh, I didn't know what you're pointing to. I've got him in front of me here too.
Subtly keyword.
Regent Tad Johnson, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest you strike the first one because I'm in the process and I've been waiting for the legislature to act, and I'm not sure they're going to. So, thanks.
All right. Okay. So you would propose striking the first bullet, is that correct? All right. Understand what we're going to do a little show of hands when we get done with this, but let's see who else has comments. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Building a bit off of, or attempting to build off of Regent Hipsch's comments, we talk about doing it right, doing it fast, not mutually exclusive, and I would point out that doing it right is highly subjective and won't be known until after the person has performed in the position. Whereas doing it fast is objective. If it's faster versus slow, and that I think sooner gives us more opportunity on the various things we just talked about and what will be done than doing it later. And I think also by acting, consultatively, but also deliberately and timely shows confidence from this board in the individual and confidence by this board to be able to handle these kinds of transitions. As far as timing, I would say ideally it would be after regent selection. There's a kind of a history of boards picking presidents as a third of the board is about to transition or would be up for transition. I think it's really helpful if the full 12 have a relationship with the person who is hired. I don't think that it's, essential. I don't think that has to be that way, but that would be my preference. Would be that relationship with the new selections. However, my sense, especially when you talk about the bridge building and connection piece that we just spoke at length about, I think the selection should be made before the legislative session ends. I think it will be very difficult for this person to be introduced to and connect with a broad range of legislators, because once they're out of session, it's really hard. They're going to move back to their lives, and so to the extent that I think that that is a really important piece for this university, I would like to see, in fact, I'd love to see somebody relatively soon to even be there during these conversations about budget. So, looking back at my collegiate years, if I had 5 days to prepare for a test, I took 5 days. If I had 2 days, I took 2 days. So what we set for our goal, I think, will dictate what we do, and I think it'll be excellent. And again, subjectively, we'll know how excellent based on the performance at the end. So I would like to see it before the end of the legislative session.
Remind me, does someone know is it May 20th or is that the actual date?
Sam?
May 23rd.
May 23rd.
All right, so let's target an appointment before May 23rd, is what I'm also hearing as well. And obviously what you're really saying is, with adequate time to go over there and be introduced to the legislators, we're really talking about probably by May 16th or something, at least a week before.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Regent Verheugen.
To that point, yes, at least by May 16th, so they have time to meet the legislators. Legislators are going to be busy. They're always busy, especially between now and end of session. We're already 2 weeks since the announcement. We've had an amount of time pass. A lot of private companies, other bodies that have changes in their executive leadership, their CEO, their president, wouldn't let it go this long. I completely respect and appreciate and think it's super important we are transparent in the way we do this, but it doesn't mean we have to move super slow. And
you do consider it super slow if we accomplish whatever, and we, again, picking up on Regent Farnsworth's comments, it's going to depend on the process that we do.
Right.
I mean, to be frank, and I'll just preview this, if we decide we're going to do it all, the board will take in the applications, do the interviews, make the decision. I suspect that can be a process that goes more quickly, maybe not, than if we are going to go through the appointment of a selection committee which we then need to take nominations and figure out who those are for, and then we have, and they have to meet, and they will take in applications, they will vet those applications and make a recommendation. That potentially will be a longer process. So I'm trying to get a sense about when in light of your comments, it really depends on process.
okay, I'll answer your question and then I'll finish my thought. To answer your,
I apologize for interrupting.
it's okay. So to answer your question, it seems incredibly duplicative and a bit overblown to do a full presidential search process, naming a committee, spending the money to have them convene. We're going to need to have staff on that. We're going to need to have support on that. We're going to need to spend money on that. We're going to need listening sessions, require traveling people all over the place. It also requires taking all of those people who are applying for that position out of their positions to go interview and do all of that. We're hearing criticisms, there's too much administrative expense anyway. Well, that just adds a whole bunch of administrative expense. Based on the timeline we're looking at, where they will be filling in for an interim period and a period where it will be with the bookends that we just talked about, going through that full-blown process and then going through it again for a full-time president seems duplicative and also seems to be an incredible failure to use resources in the best way that they can be used. And so my preference is that this board continues these conversations. This board takes the applications. This board has any conversations with potential candidates, and that this board makes a decision. I completely understand the desire for everyone to be at the table, but there are instances where we do need to make decisions to keep the trains moving, to use your analogy. And to Regent Roche's point, May 16th is only 3 weeks before our board meeting where we need to make some significant decisions on budget. And if our interim president is going to be expected to do the things we just talked about, plus move MPAC 2025 forward, plus continue to build relationships with faculty, staff, students, they should be a part of those budget discussions, not only within their office, but with each of the campuses and understanding how each of those campuses interplay with the overall budget decisions we're making in June. And so I believe that there is more urgency than end of May or May 16th as well.
So I'm going to put this to you. I think it's helpful to talk about target dates. So we have the end of May, we have May 16, we're currently at April 20. April 20? Yeah, we're at April 20. When would you like to see the board have selected their interim president?
As soon as reasonably possible to accommodate the process that we set out.
Okay, not willing to give me a target date yet.
No.
All right, something sooner than May 16.
Yes.
All right, okay. Regent Kenyanya and Regent Hipsch has his name. And by the way, let me tell you what I don't want to do here, if we can. I want to save the discussion for process, which I think Regent Verheugen is really laid out where the discussion we need to have, but we're going to have a robust discussion on process because it has many aspects to it, pro and con. So I don't want to weigh into that now. Because I want us to address all the questions that were put to you under that and not move it forward.
And I'm sorry for.
No, but they're intertwined.
Yeah.
Clearly, when we arrive at a process we're comfortable with, we will come back and look at how does this relate now to what we think we agreed on speed. And we'll look back to see if they are incompatible or can be physically accomplished. So I want to avoid that discussion right now, if we can.
Understood.
All right, with that, Regent Kenyanya.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You know, with respect to speed, I resonate a bit with Regent Verheugen's comments in that there is a sense of urgency. Again, not that we don't do it right, but you know, there is a sense of urgency with the timing. I do think it's important that we give this person as much overlap with President Gabel as we can to allow for, you know, transition planning and things like that. You know, the legislative session, the budget, I mean, those things have all been laid out. And I think, you know, with respect to speed, if it takes 2 weeks, if it takes 3 weeks, you know, whatever it takes as a public body, like we obviously understand that our timeline is going to be a little longer than, say, a private body. Where I think that time was lost is in the past 3 weeks or so, or however long it's been since the date. So I think going forward, we have to give the process however much time as it requires. But I do think, and I've shared, you know, with pretty much all of you, that I think we should have been having this conversation a lot closer to that original date. That's where we lost the time. But in going forward, and I'm holding my process comments. That's what that pause was there. I think we want to maximize that overlap with the president and position the current president and position the interim president to be able to be a part of some of those key conversations that my colleagues just laid out. So I think that all goes to support, I don't know when, but a sooner appointment date.
So again, ferreting out sooner than May 16? Or you're not, and if you're not prepared to say, that's fine. I'm just trying to get a sense of what we're shooting for.
Yeah. Like you said, it's intertwined with process, but if we can find an appropriate process that's sooner than May 16th, then yes.
Okay. And the reason I want to put off the discussion also is we're going to get to, the next topic is internal versus external candidates.
Right.
And if, for example, this board says, we want to make sure external candidates can be part of this, who we look as potential, as opposed to all internal, who we know who are, who are likely internal candidates. What we don't know is the interests of the external candidates. And so if we are including external, again, that may require a different kind of vetting process than we might need if it's all internal. Therefore, it could either take more time, which doesn't mean more days, it could mean more hours in a day. I get that. So, but that's why I'm holding off on this. I want to just focus in an abstract fashion on people's appetite for speed. Regent Hipsch.
Thanks, Chair Mayor. So I'll throw out a date, May 5th, which is a Friday, and I think we should reverse engineer the process to meet
I'm sorry,
that.
and we should.
We should reverse engineer the process to meet that date. And May 5th, I think, because we meet the following week, I believe, and that gives about a month to have that interaction with the president, so.
So in other words, the week before, we have a board meeting the following week. What you'd like to see is our interim president be selected before our regularly scheduled May meeting.
Named on May 5th at the latest, so.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, let's get down May 5th. All right. Any further comments? I'm sorry, Regent Farnsworth has a follow-up?
Yeah.
Regent Rocha, then Regent, okay. Are these still on or off?
We got it.
Okay.
We're not discussing process, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm in very much accord with the conversation from Regent Verhalen, Regent Kenyanya, Regent Hipsch. I put May 16th out there because I was trying to get it as much as I could at that point to bring it forward. I think May 5th would be far better. To the public, I would say, I really appreciate the faculty and the staff and folks who've put comments in already. I read all those letters that come into the board that go into the portal, so there is that opportunity. I also agree with Regent Verhalen that it's a much broader process when you're looking in the permanent position. I think people expect that we need to move with some speed. I also want to give another plug for this board. We are a representative board. The Constitution selected 8 congressional district regions and 4 at large. We're part of that consultative process on behalf of the legislature and the community that we come from and represent. So I think that it will be representative by its nature because it's a public board, and then as much input as we can get. But I would very much prefer the May 5th date because I think having that opportunity for the board at that meeting would be very, very helpful, especially considering you're a month away from the current president not being here at all.
So here's what I'd like to suggest. I'd like to suggest at this point that we loop back to the issue of speed after we get through the process, finish this, and that will give us a better sense of the process that we've devised. Are we committed to getting it done by whatever date we expect and we want to set it? As I said, it's true that between now and May 5th, there may be 14 days or 18 days. And then there are the 24 hours in each day. And it really is going to depend on the appetite of this group collectively to devote more than an 8 or 10 hour day, perhaps, in order to accomplish and get to where we want it to be in our deadline, along with all of your other obligations that you each have. I am prepared to do that. It's amazing what you can do when you have 22 hours in a 24-hour day when you're awake, because you're not sleeping worrying about this. You get a lot done. I told my husband I have solved all sorts of problems in the world except for the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, but you get a lot done when you're awake for 22 hours. If you all want to join me in that, we can do that, but let's loop back to the discussion about speed after we finish process. But Regent Farnsworth, you've got your pen waving, so go ahead and then we'll move on to the next topic.
No, thank you. I look forward to the conversation and process. I'll just say I have the disadvantage of going first in this conversation. So, and that's why, to Regent Kenyanya's point, I really value these opportunities because I do want to listen and hear from other colleagues. And so coming back around to going last, or maybe soon to be last, I'll just say that I completely agree with, Regent Verhalen, Regent Hipsch, Regent Rocha's comments. To Regent Mayron's point, my last poll for availability, I put wide open on all of the dates. I'm willing to move around anything to be a part of this really important process. And so it sounds like we're both night owls and other things.
Day owls, midday.
Right.
Midday
And so, no, I'm just coming around to say I really have appreciated listening to the conversation. That's why these moments or these times when we can talk as a board are so valuable. And so I'm with the speed thing for sure and willing to devote as much time as it takes. So thank you.
All right. Regent Sviggum, did you want to weigh
Madam
in?
Chair, just a quick comment, if I could, about the time and the process. I think it's fair to say that all of us want a very, very open process, that it's inclusive of everybody, without question. Nobody would disagree with that. However, I've learned over the 50-some years of public service that, especially in government, the process will create the work to fulfill the time available. If you make the time available 2 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks, we'll fill it. So I would certainly edge to wanting it done sooner rather than later, the May 5th date. Open, yes. Inclusive, outreaching, yes. But if we make it 6 weeks, we'll fill the time. If we make it 2 weeks, we'll fill it.
Good point. The other thing I will say is I think, and if any of my colleagues around the table disagree, then weigh in. But I think to the legislature, I think you're hearing us say, please do your regent selection as soon as possible so that it is we have the full complement of the board who will be working with this interim president with us and in place and be able to make this decision. So I'm making a call personally to the legislature, please act as soon as you can. And you're going to hear from us, I think, a target date that we're working from, and we hope that you will have make your regent selection before that date so they can weigh in, even though they will not have been here very long. I do see at least we have one of our potential regents here who is a candidate, Mary Turner. And so thank you for being here and for listening. That gives you, helps also with, if you end up joining us around the horseshoe here, that'll give you an opportunity to be able to be off and running as well. So legislature, please act. That's my call.
Seconded, Madam Chair.
Pardon?
Seconded.
Seconded. All right. Let's move on to the next topic. I'd like now to discuss number 3, which is the issue of internal versus external candidates or both. I'd like to get your thoughts on this. There are advantages and disadvantages, I think we all know, to having internal candidates who know the place, been here, and presumably could be hit the ground running. External candidates who can bring in a fresh eye, different approach than perhaps internal candidates can. And at the same time, when we talk about attributes, when we think about attributes of external candidates, we'll be talking about whether they should come from academia, or can we open it wide open to former governors, to CEOs from companies, or individuals from all sorts of walks of life who are not tied with academia. Again, who can bring in fresh perspectives, may have excellent contacts or relationships with the legislature, all sorts of things. There's going to be no right answer here, but we need guidance on, do you want to focus on internal candidates? Do you want to focus just on externals because you want that new look or that special expertise with the legislature that perhaps you don't see internal candidates having, or are you open to both? So with that, anybody want to weigh in? Regent Sviggum.
Madam Chair, both.
Yes.
I have no idea why we would want to in any way restrict our choices.
So you're saying both? Okay. All right. Regent Davenport.
I concur both.
Okay. Let me ask, does anybody disagree with the concept of both? We may be able, because now is the time to weigh in. Yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Disagree is a strong word, but I don't start there, and I'm open to being, educated or informed. But I don't know how. I mean, with respect to our previous conversation on speed, I don't know how we can quickly consider, vet, and appoint external candidates. And then additionally, in terms of their effectiveness and ability to lead, that's also hampered a bit by just the onboarding and the transition period. I think you obviously want both when you're looking at a permanent candidate, but especially with respect to our earlier conversation on what we were looking for this person to do, Regent Farnsworth called it a spectrum, and I think that's where most of you were, but I think we all leaned a little more towards the operation side, keep the train runnings. And, if we're bringing candidates who don't know where the train station is, that could be a challenge. So I start leaning strongly internally.
Internally is where you would go. Other comments? Next one, I can't read what. You have to write it big. Okay.
Rosha.
Regent Rosha. Give me a little micro, whatever I need. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Mr. Steves writes larger.
I second that. It's probably the only time we've agreed.
Miracles. I'm going to counter what my colleague to my right just stated. I started out with the perspective that internal was critical. I mean, I think for some of the same reasons. However, I moved to the position of Regents Sviggum and Davenport in that I think you have to look at both. My bias is external. When you look at what we laid out for our goals for the position, and I look across the spectrum of people that are already inside the institution as to who would be in a position to build those bridges and create those relationships. An outside candidate comes in with third-party credibility, especially if they're a known quantity, and with relationships with legislators and other members of the public. Because when someone comes from the university and goes to the legislature and says, hey, everything's great, well, that's ultimately what we would kind of expect. Whereas if somebody that does have external credibility comes to the legislature and says, over these weeks and so on, as I've gotten to know it, these are the real strengths of the organization. And I think there's a third-party credibility that would come from an external candidate. Also, I think that it's critical that the interim candidate is not a candidate for the permanent position.
Okay, we're going to talk about that in a moment.
I understand, but the reason I point that out now is I think when you have an internal candidate that you can go back to the Keller era, you can go back to the Brunix era. I think when you have an internal candidate, even though they declare that they're not a candidate for the permanent position, there is a bit of suspicion on the part of other folks outside the organization that they would suddenly become a candidate, even though it was declared at the front end. I think there's skepticism that way. I think it tends to decrease the range of folks that would make that application. But to the trains running on time, one of the fortunate conditions right now is we have a senior vice president of finance and operations in place, and we have a provost in place. If you pull somebody up out of the organization, you are now having downstream effects where you have other important positions to fill before you have your permanent president. And so, and then there's also the prospect of you take talent that is in a great spot now that may be a candidate for the permanent position, but you put them in the interim as a not candidate for the permanent. Where do they go at the end of that? And so you can end up losing that talent that way. I think we have the competence and capacity as a board and as a university community to vet external candidates. And I think with their ability to rely on the senior leaders that we currently have in place, I think those people have been keeping the trains running on time already. And so I don't think that we're looking necessarily for the interim to come in and start, making sure that the boxes are checked that way. So that's why I think that an external candidate there are a lot of very attractive components of it, and I think it's more consistent with what we just said we want them to accomplish in concert with the board. But I certainly wouldn't reject an internal candidate as a candidate because I think we have a lot of talent in this institution, and I would be interested.
So you would go both?
I would say both. With my leaning in contrast to Regent Kenyanya would be to an external candidate for the bridge building during this period. And it's a different conversation for the permanent position with respect to academic background and so on. So.
Thank you. So I heard both, but leaning towards, unlike what Regent Kenyanya said, you're leaning towards external. All right, Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. I would echo Regent Sviggum and Regent Davenport, Regent Rocha with saying both, just by purely not wanting to limit options for the board to consider. I think Regent Rocha makes some really compelling points about how the conversation we just had fits to an external. And so we hopefully be able to have more of those conversations. But from this perspective, just on the outset of the process, I would say both. And then to Regent Kenyania's point, I think when we get to process, there are certainly ways that, in my mind, and we'll discuss those soon, that, don't necessarily compromise speed just because external people are part of the process. So from right now, where we're at with the university, all the things you've just talked about, there's no reason to limit the options in front of the board. So I'd say both.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Regent Verheugen.
I support the comments of Regent Kenyania. I lean toward internal. And to counter Regent Rocha's point of credibility externally, we also need credibility internally. And we have faculty and staff that are going to need to continue to support our president and that they're going to feel are supported by the president. And having that internal relationship already to hit the ground running is important. What I would caveat my comment with is there can be external candidates that have been in administration at the university or have been in some of those positions at the university, and those are the ones that I would encourage that we look at. But to the overall mission of the university, which is education and outreach as two really core pieces of what we're doing, having those internal relationships and support both ways of faculty, students, and staff, I think is really important.
All right. I will share my view as well, that I am open to the concept of both internal and external, but I lean towards internal for all the reasons that Regent Verheugen stated. And with respect to external, I too believe that there are candidates, potential candidates out there who have contacts or connections with Minnesota, who come from academia, who could bring the expertise and the reputation that I think we need to have internally with our faculty and our staff, but also have the ability to address some of the issues that we've talked about in terms of our relationships with the legislature, et cetera. So I personally am willing to look at external candidates who have the academic connection. For me, looking at external candidates who have no experience in academia, to me would require enormous onboarding of those individuals or no onboarding, period. You just would hope they just turn it over as suggested by Regent Rocha, that they've got good people in place already, whether it's our senior VP of finance or our provost, let those people continue to run with it and not intervene with it. But having someone who has no experience in academia and can understand the breadth and the complexity of the initiatives that we talked about before, whether it's PEAK or our negotiations at Fairview Sanford or what's going on in the research area, et cetera. Having someone outside of academia, I think, would do a disservice to our desire to keeping the trains running on time, ensuring stability, and having support of our faculty. So I support the concept of both, but I lean towards internal, but I'm certainly open to external candidates who have academic background and experience, and ideally a connection with Minnesota for all the reasons that I just stated. Other regents want to weigh in. I mean, I'm not hearing anybody say it should be just internal, and I'm not hearing anybody say it should be just external. I'm hearing everybody who's spoken saying it should be both. We may lean towards one or the other, and when we get to the attributes, I think we're going to have to get to, are we going to accept a candidate who doesn't have academic experience? Or would we prefer someone who has no academic experience, because we really want that fresh look, and we want someone, we think our primary priority is something other than that. But I'm not hearing dissension on the idea of both, and it leads me to think we could probably get to move on to characteristics and attributes. Anybody disagree with that?
call a vote and then move on.
All right, let's raise our hand. All those in favor of both, raise your hand. All right. Oh, there's Regent Johnson. Every time you raise your hand, Tad Johnson, then your little thing goes up too underneath. All right. Before we get to the attributes and characteristics, we're going to take a very short recess, and then we will come back in 5 minutes, I mean short, and then we will continue our discussion. Thank you.
Revenue's a professor.
I was gonna say for supper.
Husband, or one of those tenders. Although I
That's right, that's right.
Was part of Rochester.
You're gonna be a student. Student rep next year. Why don't we wait? me those dates.
Thank you. We just need Regent Sviggum. All right. Now, based on the what we outlined in our position description and discussed earlier, I'd like to, at this time, to move to the desirable characteristics of an interim president. A variety of potential characteristics were made available in the docket materials as a starting point. Personally, I would suggest that most of these characteristics be included as criteria or attributes or characteristics of the individual. But I will say, for me, it's just me speaking, for me, executive level experience is not as important to me as the other attributes. And I feel the same way about a legislative experience. This is me. I would be delighted if this individual had that experience, but I do believe that we can fill that need, that skill set of legislative experience through either other individuals, including ourselves here on the board on an interim basis. And I would, if this person came to us and didn't have a previous track record in terms of working with the legislatures, that to me would be less important than the other criteria that are set out in those bullets. To start our conversation and to guide it, I think it would be helpful if we started off by you sharing any of the listed characteristics that you think should not be included, the ones that are up there, and then we can talk about ones that aren't there and that you think should be added to any list of desirable characteristics and attributes. I'm not wedded to that, but I'm just trying to narrow our focus. So, because there are so many of them listed right there, I think it would be helpful to hear the ones that you think are either shouldn't be on the list or are very low importance to you, or which ones are more important, just as I did. So with that, let's open the discussion to this topic of desirable characteristics and attributes of an interim president. I've got a couple hands up here. I'm going to start first with Regent Bearhill.
I just have a clarifying question.
Yes.
Where this says terminal degree, are you referring only to PhDs, EdDs, DBAs, or are you also referring to professional degrees within that definition, like JDs, MDs? I want to make sure that we're talking about terminal, we're all talking about terminal degree.
Well, let me ask it. The answer is it will define it any way you want it to. So why don't you share with me how high or at what level would you like to have this person have reached in their, in other words, are you satisfied if they had an undergraduate degree, or would you like them to have an MA or the equivalent of it, or would you like something that's the equivalent of a PhD, a doctor, or a JD, whatever the highest level you can go in your education. I don't even know anymore, given the different colleges we have. So,
and it's different, because some, the terminal degree is a master's, whereas some, it's a professional degree.
And it may be that we don't even think we need to list that as a criteria, because that we'll kind of know it when we see the person. But I think it would be more important for you to define it, or this group to define it, than for me. And if you don't have any thoughts yet on terminal degree, you can come back.
At least for purposes of our discussion as to whether we even include it or not, I would suggest we consider the term terminal degree to refer to, or even change it, but refer to some degree beyond a bachelor's.
Or the equivalent of a bachelor's.
Or equivalent of a bachelor's degree, yeah.
Okay.
For purposes of this discussion, I just want to make sure we're all, at least we have the same grounding in what that term means for purposes of what we're talking about here.
Let me ask, does anybody disagree with what Regent Bearhill suggested? Is at least they have, it is something more than a BA or a BS degree, something, a 4-year degree.
And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that I endorse that. I just want us to have a same definition for purposes of our discussion.
Anybody disagree with that caveat? Yes, Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair, which you may not expect from me on the academic. I think the terminal degree is one of many groupings. I think there's, for one, it may reduce the number of candidates that may be non-traditional, or it may counter our intent to be inclusive in terms of diversity. And so part of me on this list is looking at what would I say is required and what would I say is desirable, and to kind of separate those out. And so I think we want to keep an eye on, if we're leaning toward this open, both internal, external, and inviting diversity, we need to be less restrictive.
Good point. So as you look at this list, are there any that you consider required as opposed to desirable? And if so, which ones?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I use this as a checklist. I think they should have executive level experience. That doesn't necessarily mean CEO, but I think that yes, they should as a required. I think a terminal degree is desired. I think background in academia, desired, but I don't think that should be a requirement. Yes to connection to the university, yes to connection to Minnesota.
So when you say yes, meaning required?
Yes,
All right.
required.
Okay.
Yeah,
all
thank
right.
you.
All right.
Desired for legislative experience, desired for a relationship with faculty, student, and staff. I believe the interim should not be a candidate for the permanent position. And I think it's impossible to have anybody that needs no onboarding, and absolutely understand the high profile nature of the position of president.
So that's required.
Yep.
Okay.
And I mean, that's a hard one to measure. And I would say that other bullet, if internal candidate impact, I think that's a consideration for us, but not a characteristic.
Okay. All right, very helpful. Other comments around the horseshoe here? Yes, Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And following along, I just going through that same process as Regent Davenport. You know, again, the first bullet, if it's the broad definition Regent Davenport described, or at least the less narrow one that she put aside, I would agree that clearly this is a complex, very, very complex role and should have that type of experience.
Oh, we're talking about the executive level leadership experience.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Terminal degree, again, it's you know, these are all vectors, right? If it's there, it's a good thing. But there may be some other attributes.
So using the kind of the dichotomy that Regent Davenport set up, terminal degree would be desirable, but not required.
Correct.
Okay.
And you know, I think it's unlikely you'll find someone that doesn't have higher education in their background, but nonetheless, background and
Actually, before you go on, I'm going to ask to keep track. Can you start to keep track of this? Maybe you could somewhere keep track of where we are with people, whether they're indicating they think it should be a characteristic or attribute at all, B, whether it's required, or C, whether it's desirable.
If we get you a spreadsheet, it might be easier.
Thank you, Regent.
And someone with all of these?
And background in academia is kind of an interesting one, because I would almost put background in academia as desired, but I would also put familiarity with academia as desired as well. I can see those as two different considerations. The background may be a stronger advantage, but not required.
Can you give me an example of the difference so I understand between familiarity with academia versus background in academia? Background in academia, just so you know, when we put their here, is they rose up, they're in academia, either as a faculty member or have been. It's part of their resume from the past. They've either been in the role of faculty or dean or somewhere on the ladder within academia. That's what was meant by that. So familiarity with it would mean what?
There are a lot of very talented folks around this community where they're familiar, whether they've worked through the foundation, boards like this have been interactive with the institution. And so they have more of a familiarity than somebody who is never involved with, say, the Alumni Association leadership or the foundation. But
Okay.
whereas there are people that, yeah. So, but I read background as that, as somebody that came up through as faculty and maybe administration that way. And so that's an advantage, but I don't think it's a requirement. I think if they don't have that, but they have a familiarity with higher ed because they participated in governance and support, I think that is a value as well.
So by way of example, we've retained various consultants over the years who have worked with us, and those consultants, by way of education or even their work, may never have been in academia, but they have been serving academia for years and are very familiar with it, and that would be someone that would fall in that bucket of familiar with academia.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then continuing on, let's see, how am I doing here? The relationship with university faculty and staff. The challenge that I have with a bullet like that, I mean, obviously it's desirable it's better if there is one, but you can't have a relationship with everybody. So, what does it do for me if I'm at UMD, if somebody knew some folks at CLA here? I mean, an organization that's large, I should say, it's going to be pretty hard pressed to find someone that has a relationship with all university faculty, staff, and students. And so I'm somewhat qualified on that one. The interest in the permanent position, I'm in agreement with Regent Davenport. As I said earlier, I believe that the board should have the university and the board should have a very wide range of candidates. I don't think that this position or the interim candidates should, somebody that wants the permanent position, I would not want to consider them for the interim position. I would want someone that's willing to say, I'm here for the interim position and to set up the permanent position, which of course, as I said before, creates a bit of an issue because I think our last 3 interims, 2 of those interims who said they were not candidates ended up becoming the permanent president. So there's always a little skepticism when it's an internal candidate that way.
On that note, sorry if I may, it's on that note. So you're saying, you want that removed from characteristics, but it almost sounds like you're saying you want something added.
I want an added required
Okay,
characteristic that they would
got
not be interested in the permanent position because I think that would have a tremendously depressing effect on the candidacies coming to the permanent position. No need for onboarding, completely agree, unless you're talking about the current president. Anybody is going to need onboarding to some degree.
So you would remove it?
I would remove
Okay.
it. I don't think that's helpful. And then as far as the other, I'm not sure how to characterize that. But as I said earlier, one of the concerns about an internal is that now you have another search for another key position, depending on which position they come from. So, thank you for the opportunity.
So we've got it under other on the if internal candidate, what impact will it have on the university? Actually, it doesn't belong under other because that other was soliciting your inputs for other characteristics. So where would you put the if internal candidate? What impact is that?
What I would say is a desirable characteristic is their selection would not create other internal challenges.
I'm going to just push back on that for a second, and I would actually like to leave it under other because then it's a consideration. It's something that we can ask those individuals about if they come forward as desiring to be considered for the position. Maybe it is labeled considerations or additional questions for applicants or something, but I would like to have the opportunity for internal candidates to find out from them. What impact is this going to have on the university? Do you have a team behind you? Those kinds of questions versus it being a characteristic. It's a consideration that I think we should discuss once we know who the candidates are.
Okay. So let me just clarify one thing on our chart here. When we put the phrase other there, or the word, that was a way to say to you all, if we're missing characteristics or attributes, this is your time to come forward. It's a reminder to me to say, do you have any other ones that we didn't list? So we've now changed it to other considerations, which is fine, and I still am soliciting if we're missing any to make sure you include, we get them out on the board.
Madam Chair, just if following the follow-on from what I was saying, if it's other considerations as opposed to put in a desired characteristic, I would add another bullet to the other to say, is there a clear plan for the transition following the appointment of the permanent president. Meaning that, one of the challenges that you have is if.
Go back. If
Yes,
it's an internal
yeah,
candidate,
if
what
you
their
take
plan
your
is. Okay.
senior vice president of dog catch, or your vice president of dog catching becomes the interim president, you're going to fill this spot, but then what happens when you have a permanent, what happens, are they leaving the university, are they moving back into the position? I want us to have an understanding of what that expectation would be if it's an interim.
Chair Mayron, though, I want one thing.
All right,
wanna be
I do
really-
wanna-
I know, but I want to be really clear, the university does not have a senior vice president of dog catching.
And then
And so I just,
Thank you for that clarification.
clarification of the record.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Regent.
Yes.
All right, Regent Todd Johnson,
Someone
please.
would believe it.
Clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add something that's important to, I think, almost everybody. I'd like to see some kind of track record on success with regard to diversity issues, some understanding, at least in a desirable candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, track record on diversity issues. Is that a required candidate characteristic or a desirable characteristic from your perspective, Regent Tad Johnson?
God, I'd hope they would have it. But I actually these days, I think in recent years, the university has done outreach to Native American communities. There are other, Minnesota's changing rather rapidly when it comes to our diverse population, and an understanding of OED issues, I think, is essential to a whether it's a permanent president or an interim president.
So I'm sorry, I didn't hear desirable or required.
I think it should be required.
It's hard to imagine anybody.
Thank you. Regent Talrabi.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. And just to add on to Regent Johnson's remarks, which was what I was going to add, which is really that ability to support and maintain a culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion and access. I think that's a really important part of the university that we want to make sure every member feels, like even though it's an interim, that having that kind of track record, I think feels important. And then I think in terms of executive leadership, I agree it should be on required, and maybe it's just in the way that we ask it, but because we were talking about the ability to be able to continue to kind of implement on the strategic plans that we've already developed, to me, that's an important consideration, not necessarily just that they have executive leadership, but the ability to implement on those strategies. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Before Regent Verheugen weighs in, I want to share, or at least focus on the issue of interest in a permanent position. I'm not sure where I land on this, and I'd like to at least have people articulate a little bit more what their concern is. I am concerned the fact that somebody may be interested in the permanent position to me is not particularly concerning to me. If we have a person who is serving as interim and they're doing an outstanding job, I don't want to preclude us from considering them for the permanent position. So, and I don't want that to prevent them from applying for the interim position as well. So I am willing to, I would not say that should be removed from the characteristics, that I need an upfront commitment from any individual who's going to interview for this position that they categorically will not apply for the permanent position. I think this will get ferreted out over time. I've been told that the reason that you don't want a reason against having people, or the impact of having somebody who's in the interim position also apply for the permanent position is, number one, it could have a chilling effect on who does apply for the permanent position because they feel that that interim person has kind of the inside track. My view is that doesn't bother me. If in fact, we as a Board of Regents are going to figure out who is the best president for us, and if it happened to be someone who was here and we had the pleasure and opportunity to watch them in action, and that was what we thought, or who we thought was our best candidate. I want to be open to being able to pursue them on that and to have them apply. If other people feel like, well, that person probably got the inside track, so I'm not going to bother applying, then that, to me, well, I understand that position. I think that's a shame, because I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that any person in the interim position would take it. So I would not put it in the box of characteristics that are, this person has to make that commitment up front. But I'm very interested in hearing from those of you who have said they should make that commitment. We do not want them, as to why you think that. So why don't let me get my question answered, because Regent Davenport, I think you expressed that.
Because I do have strong feelings.
And that's why I want to hear them, and as do others.
And I again say, based on observational experience and personal experience, one, that interim needs to be focused. Focus on this period. And being a candidate is distracting, and I think also influences some of the decision-making that an interim may make if they are a candidate. I think if we get in a situation where we're not satisfied with the pool of candidates we would get for a permanent, we can extend an interim president's term. But that interim needs to be 150% focused on the tasks in front of them for that period of time.
Okay. Others, I'd be interested in hearing from others as well as to what they think about the interest in the permanent position. So it is you're going to address it. All right, Regent Farnsworth.
Thanks, Chair Mayron. I'm in full agreement with Regent Davenport based on my own experience on search committees here at the university, on search committees elsewhere, as part of a head of school search for another educational board I'm on. The impact of having a interim leader then considered for a permanent job is really significant from a downstream standpoint within the institution.
What does that mean?
Meaning, I think, speaking to the chilling effect, I think that for all the reasons Regent Davenport just said, based on more experience than I have in this particular setting that we're talking about, but also I think, and I've been thinking along this way the whole time as we talked about position description, now as we're talking about characteristics, the idea of an interim leadership position is just very discrete from a goals, from a values, from a characteristics standpoint than the permanent search. And us, of course, as a board are going to get to the point where we start to do a lot of important and inclusive work on a permanent search process. And I would not want a dynamic like this to be overshadowing that. It's a discrete and different thing from the way that we're looking at it. And I think from a downstream impact, speaking to that chilling effect within an institution, it can be really significant and, erode trust and erode public perception of the board, of the community, from inside the university community of the board. It seems like, as we're going through what I hope again is an inclusive and an expansive process to find a permanent president, if folks feel that there's already a foregone conclusion, and that can oftentimes very much happen with when you have an interim president who is a candidate or, who's a candidate for the permanent process. So I would strongly agree with Regent Davenport.
Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on the on the interest in the permanent position, and then we'll move on to the characteristics? Are you going to address that, Regent?
I am, and then I think Regent Rocha had a comment, and I saw Regent Hibbs hand up as well. Okay, no, just kidding.
For the characteristics.
Got it. For the the interest in the permanent position, I support removing it from the characteristics. So basically saying we would like an interim who is not interested in the permanent position for the region.
Actually, it would be including it as a characteristic that they're not interested in the permanent position.
Sure.
Either way, we'll figure out how to
do a double negative, but yes, for the reasons raised by Regent Davenport, but I don't want someone who's using the interim period as their job interview. I would like someone who's using that period to do the things that we just talked about as far as actions for that interim period and not worrying about their next step. And I definitely support the focus item, especially because we just talked about that process and how many places they need to go just for that process. Sure, you can piggyback some of those on other campus and stakeholder things, but they are then spending time doing that. It's like having someone who's running for elected office while they're still fulfilling another elected office. And
That
it
never
just
happens.
never happens.
Never.
And so that is why, from where I sit right now, I would support either removing it from the characteristics or adding it as a not interested in the permanent position as a required characteristic.
Yep.
I think I said that right.
All right. Anybody else want to weigh in on that issue? Otherwise, we'll go back. Before we go on, I'm actually going to ask for a show of hands on this issue so I can get a better sense of where people are coming from. Yes, Regent Rocha?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make it a required characteristic that they agree that they will not be a candidate for the permanent position. And joining the chorus of, I think, very good points. I would also emphasize that beside the depressing effect on other people who would put themselves forward if they perceive somebody having the inside track, on that point, part of why it would depress those folks is, even though I think the chair says, well, what if somebody's doing a great job? Well, the board is predisposed to be very publicly supportive of whoever's in the position of president. So it's going to appear that they're successful even if the board doesn't necessarily feel the same way, or if members have concerns, it's still going to have a depressing effect on who would apply. But I also would point out that as we're putting together a truncated process to get a selection by, within the next few weeks, that's not nearly as broad and consultative as a permanent search is. If you depress it down to where it's the interim candidate and maybe a few other folks that are just taking a flyer, it's not a very meaningful, broad representation in that process if the decision really has already been made because the interim has the inside track. And then finally, I do fully agree that taking on changes, taking on some issues that, from the very first comments today about some things that need to be addressed right now, change in an institution generally pulls some opposition at some point, right? People that may not be as supportive of the change. A person who is trying to, again, use, as Regent Verhalen said, the position as a job interview, they're not going to want to take on heat in that process and during that interim period. A person that knows that they're there to serve the university and that they're not positioning themselves will be more effective, I think, at being able to make some of the difficult decisions in concert with this board to be really effective as an interim. So I would make it a required characteristic.
All right, let me ask this. Is there anybody, first of all, anybody else who wants to weigh in on this issue of whether the individual should agree that they will not apply for the permanent position? Okay, I'm seeing consensus, and I have to say, I'm really happy for this discussion because I'm convinced also by your arguments. So to the extent I was raising issues about it, you convinced me otherwise. So I think even if I did a show of hands, I think we'd all say this candidate should be indicating they are not doing so only if they're not going to apply for the permanent position. All right. Any other characteristics that people think either should or shouldn't, they're on the list or should be on the list, or any others that are here that you think should come off? Yes, Regent Hipsch.
Thanks, Chair Maron. I think one of the most required characteristics for me on this list is you got to separate the interim from the permanent. Okay, there's totally different list, I think. And in the interim, I'm looking at the exact problems that we're having right now with the Sanford Fairview deal and with the legislature. I want somebody that can come in there and instantly have a positive impact on that for us. And there are people out there, and that's what I'd like to see as a required characteristic, because then they won't be distracted. If all of our key internal leaders, let's say, stay in their positions, and we get somebody else externally that can handle this particular issue, I think we're going to be in good shape. And on the desirable character.
So where would you, you're saying this would be a required characteristics that they what?
Well, that they have, they're able to negotiate this really big deal, because we're talking about our medical vision for the next forever, you know? So, I mean, this is really important crossroads we're at with taking our flagships back into in-house and doing all this stuff. It's gonna take a lot of negotiating, it's gonna take a lot of skills in terms of how to get that arranged and how to get that done.
So that would be something you would like to see the interim
Yeah.
president take on, have the ability or the
Correct.
to do it?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's what we're gonna be focused on, I feel, as a board for the next foreseeable future. You know, the Sanford Fairview thing is happening probably, and we want to be in part of those discussions. And for the desirable characteristics, I think, you know, the background in academia, I think it's really, really important for a permanent president, for an interim president. I'm not sure that needs to be on the list. I mean, if you've got all the other characteristics, I mean, everybody, I wouldn't make this list in one area, so anyway, I don't know that needs to be on the list, but I'm okay with it being desirable, so.
So let me just ask you I want to pick up on something that you're saying. On the one hand, you would include within required characteristics, or maybe it goes back to the position, it doesn't matter where it ends up, but that this person we want a person who can be highly involved and be able to work to negotiate to resolve the Fairview Sanford matter in the next year. So, but at the same time, you said part of the attractiveness of bringing in an external candidate who may have that expertise is it keeps those who are, in fact, working on that deal, whether it is Myron Franz or Jacob Tolar, in other words, all the internal people who would be staying in their positions under what you're talking about, they're going to be doing, that's who's been taking the laboring oar on this, and they will continue to do so. So those seem like to be, let's keep those people in place so that we're not diverting any of their attention from the fine work that they're doing. But at the same time, we want to have an external person who can do it. And those seem, I don't know if they're inconsistent, but do we really need both?
That's not what I'm saying. That's kind of what I'm saying, but I'm also saying that this person needs to be able to contribute to that. And also contribute to the legislature, because funding is going to be a big part of what we need to get this deal done. And we can't separate the legislature from this whole deal, because it's one and the same. So it's that kind of skill set, that overriding skill set that I think that this candidate's going to need.
Okay. And would you put that under a required characteristic or a desirable characteristic?
Well, that's just my opinion. I would like to hear what other people think. So,
well, just tell me where you'd put it, and then we'll keep talking.
I would put it under required characteristic for interim, yeah.
Okay, is that they have the ability to.
Well, they've done big deals, and they understand big dollars and big money. You know, it's a big deal, so.
That they have the skill set to work on, in essence, what's going on over at the legislature. Right. Particularly with the Fairview Sanford Academic Health Center.
Yes.
Okay. Can you try and get it on? All right. Who's next?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Do you want feedback on that point? I'll speak to that point.
I will speak to that point too, and I'm on the list.
I want to make sure that, all right.
Regent
I'll say
Verhalen.
the same thing like usual. So.
Yeah. Right.
All right. Regent Verhalen, speaking to the point that Regent, I wish I didn't have to use last names. Regent Hipsch, Regent Doug said.
I like it.
Wow, new approach.
Yes, very informal. I told you this would be informal. Regent
Good.
Hipsch.
If it is worded the way it says it up there, I am okay with it. However, where it says have a positive impact on advancing current priorities, like Fairview Sanford legislative session, peak ERM, PRISM, faculty, staff, student support, fine. I don't think that our interim president or even permanent president should be negotiating the Fairview Sanford deal on our behalf. We are the board. We should be directing that process. The president, my opinion, should be overseeing a tactic, and this is where I struggle being between private strategy and public strategy, but I'm going to say this. From a big picture, the president, interim or permanent, we're talking about interim here, should be overseeing a team who has some of these pieces, the legal strategy, the negotiation strategy, the numbers, the legislative overlap with the board, feeding back to the board, where do we take this, how do we move it forward, et cetera. But I do think, given what Regent Hipsch said, that a desirable characteristic as it relates to this is not that they will be negotiating the deal or they specifically have experience negotiating big deals like this, but that they have significant experience pulling together a team of experts to handle a situation, and also that individual person has a foundational and significant understanding of the importance of what the Fairview Sanford deal means for the university, of what these other initiatives mean for the university. So that's where I think it bubbles up to this list of things.
Okay.
Then I have other comments, but we're going to stick to this one.
But one of the things I also heard is you wouldn't limit, whereas Regent Hipsch was limiting his comments right now to the Fairview Sanford deal in particular. What you're saying, what I heard and what Jason has reflected here is it's having a positive impact on current priorities or initiatives, and it's not just limited to what's going on over at the legislature on Fairview Sanford, but our other very important and key initiatives, PEAK, which is designed to drive down administrative costs, very important to the legislature, as we all know, and to the public, and other initiatives that we've embarked on, PRISM, et cetera, as well. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, but
Okay.
I would add another bullet of a required characteristic of demonstrated experience pulling together teams of experts, subject matter experts, to achieve a directive, a priority, a strategy.
Okay. Okay, so pulling together, prior experience in pulling together a team of individuals who with expertise and subject matter expertise in order to basically implement our directives as it relates to whether it's the
Whatever it is.
legislative piece or PEAK or whatever.
Because I can see that working in many different ways for the next year,
Okay.
but
Can Jason put that on the required, please? Does anybody else want to speak to Regent Hipsch's bullet on the Fairview Sanford matter? Regent, tell Rob.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be an important descriptor when we are searching for someone, but I guess I'm less inclined to have it in a specific, required characteristic. So to Regent Verheugen's point about what is it that you're looking for in terms of characteristics. And so I would be supportive of that. And it made me wonder if we need to have a clear commitment from the person to really be committed to the university's values and plans, and sort of like, that be the driver of that executive experience and that ability to be able to bring experts and leaders together for the purposes of advancing the U's priorities. But I guess I think something that feels like maybe is helpful context about what's important for the board. I'm not sure that it should be put in the required characteristics. So I'm just trying to distinguish for myself what is contextual that we want to describe in the job description versus what is it that we want to name as characteristics that feel important because of this moment in which the interim is coming in. So yeah. that's.
Okay, so it seems to me one option would be to move this concept under desirable characteristics but not required. Another would be to meld it into the position description that this individual would be expected to marshal together a team to implement the various important initiatives that are on our plate, whether it's Fairview Sanford or whether it's Peak or other initiatives. Do you have a sense of where you think it better belongs?
I think the latter.
In the position description.
Yeah, in the position description.
Okay.
And then I guess my other point about required characteristics is that we had that bullet on about connection to the university, but I wonder if we want to be, and maybe it's already assumed that anybody who is interested in this position is committed to our values and our plans. I guess I would be much more blatant about that. Yeah.
Much more what?
About a commitment to the university's values and mission and plans, for example. Yeah.
You would be more interested in that than an actual connection to the university, like they graduated from here, or they attended here, or they taught here, or that's less important to you than their stated commitment to our values and mission, et cetera.
Right.
All right. So you would cross off then connection to the university, it sounds like.
Right.
Would you cross off, what about
or
connection?
further expanded to say, commitment.
And
Yeah,
commitment,
and
yeah.
commitment, yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, yes, Regent Rocha.
So following on that, I think, I would consider connection to the university, that statement to be a desirable characteristic. I think there's an advantage to somebody's familiar, but it wouldn't be a deal breaker if somebody had a lot of other skill sets. Obviously, we're going to want someone who's committed to our values and our goals as an institution. So I would put that part of that joint, that compound sentence, I put the second part in required characteristics, the other one I put in desired characteristics, which I think is consistent with what Regent Tallarabi said. On Regent Hipsch's point, I think that we're in agreement on the general concept. I don't know that I'm comfortable kind of trying to characterize that in this document. Academic health is close to 40% of our budget, and obviously huge impact on the state. I don't anticipate that the future of our academic health enterprise will be advanced dramatically over that next year. Certainly with the Sanford Fairview conversation, we need somebody that's competent and has credibility in that dialogue. But our ability with the hospital, we're not going to have I don't think we're going to have a legislative resolution to that part of this thing during the interim period. I think that's going to be something that's going to be more of a focus for the permanent person. However, that being said, when I look at this is on the legislative experience. Legislative experience is kind of a strange way to frame it. It's not that they're necessarily a former legislator, but somebody that is legislatively competent or competent with that relationship, I think is going to be really important. I liken this, when the university came out of the 80s with the transition of President Keller at the time, there was a lot of public concern about the university. You heard it, you read about it. And at that point, an interim, Richard Sauer, which was sort of when I first got involved with the board, he was interim, did a very nice job. And then, of course, President Hasselmo did an incredible job of bringing people back to the university table and with some very, I think, very, very competent, very sound strategic changes that I think have borne very positive results over the years. I kind of feel right now there's a lot of public angst. I'm always trying to decide, is it the new social media world we live in where it's so easy for people to just take shots? But nonetheless, with the legislature and other significant public voices, I think that having that credibility with the community and with the legislature, I think is a really, really important competency. And so my preference would be to take the legislative relationship piece and put it into a required characteristic, because I think that when I look at what's different right now from any other time that I've been on the board recently, and over the last 8 years, we have solid administrators in the positions that report to the president. the last 3 weeks, things have continued to operate smoothly. I think I haven't been aware that we've had any sort of upheaval because of the announcement of the departure of President Gable. But I think it's really, really key for us to start getting that public support back. And the
So how would
legislative
you, I want to ask you how you'd word it, and then to be frank, it's at 11:15. We have yet to get to salary and process, and we haven't gotten to the second big agenda item, which is the transition piece of the president. We're going to have to decide when we hit 12 o'clock what we do, but I want to be cognizant of the time. So I'd ask you, it sounds like you would move the concept of legislative experience, you wouldn't call it that, but you would have a required characteristic of that. If you can word what you would like to do, whether it's understanding of legislative priorities or how you would phrase it under required characteristics.
Yeah,
or commitment to address the legislative issues so we can get it in the right place.
On the spot, I would say it's somebody with a strong, with a public reputation and effective at legislative and community relations. That's what I would like to see.
And you would like to see that as a required characteristic as opposed to desirable?
To the extent that at this moment in time for this institution, I see this as critical, I would make it a required characteristic.
Okay. All right. Jason, for now, why don't you move that bullet then up to required? And let's see if there is any other characteristics that people want to, it's interesting, our desirable characteristics are going down and our required we're back to required characteristics are going up, which is perfectly fine. But any others that you want to add or subtract? Yes, Regent Verhalen.
So what I would like us to consider as potential desirable characteristics is going back to a conversation however long ago, changing background in academia to a familiarity or foundational understanding or something else that is not as rote as being in academia. I think there are a lot of different ways to get to a familiarity with academia.
So you would add to either background in academia or familiarity.
I would change it to either a familiarity with a foundational understanding of academia is what I had originally said.
All right.
And I think a lot of the other pieces can address how that plays in.
Okay. No, go ahead, finish.
Another thing we haven't talked about yet that I think is a desirable characteristic, we have relationships with university faculty, staff, and students. An understanding of the research component of the University of Minnesota as a whole, including both the Twin Cities, NRRI, research that's happening at other campuses.
So what could you say foundational understanding of our research part of our mission?
No, because I would say a lot of people who've read the mission of the university would then say, I have a foundational understanding of the university's research mission. I would, in desirable qualities, would like someone who knows either what it's like or what it's like to support a research institution. And so whether that's someone who's done the research inside a university themselves, whether it be through academia, or someone who's familiar with that interplay, especially as it relates to budgeting, overall mission, finance, I said budgeting and finance, mission, strategy, all of those pieces. One thing that's not.
How would you phrase it?
I don't know.
All right, so
so understanding, the managing of a research enterprise. Perfect. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Jason. Yep.
Read my mind before it got there. And we've talked about connection to Minnesota and where that belongs versus commitment to university mission and values. I don't know if the connection to university, connection to Minnesota, I don't know if the connection to the university is a required characteristic, but if we are going to require it as a characteristic, I think we should talk about what that connection means as we look through candidates, I don't think it's something we have to decide right now. But what it means as we look to candidates, because someone who's been here for a month will say, I have a connection to the university and I have a connection to Minnesota, which is very different than someone who has been here for 20, 30 years.
So let me,
And so I think it's more of an evaluation criteria as to how that interplays with everything else. I'm not saying we should change it the way it is right now, but just something to consider as we move forward in the evaluation process.
so what, let me just test this. If we move the second and third bullet, the connection to the university and connection to Minnesota into desirable characteristics, as opposed to making it a required, would that create the latitude that we'll be able to explore as we get candidates, as to whether we think they have some, it speaks to them positively, or they're, for example, if they come from Hawaii and they've never been to the state of Minnesota, they don't know where it is, et cetera, they don't understand the culture of Minnesota, that doesn't meet a desirable characteristic.
We're looking for an interim,
Yes.
and I want someone who already has these things.
Okay, so you want it
In the evaluation process, we look to length, depth, breadth.
Okay, so you
But
keep
that's
it
all I
there.
wanted. I think they should continue to be required characteristics.
Okay. All right.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may, Regent Davenport.
I wanted to ask clarifying question on 2 points I thought you were going to, or maybe it was in there. One was committed to shared governance, and the second was these can be wordsmithed at some point, but you clearly, I think, are on track when you say demonstrated experience, demonstrated success.
Yeah, so
Just
yes
to
to both
clarify.
of those, yes.
Okay, so we don't have in there then commitment to the culture of shared governance, or a commitment or a previous experience to shared governance. And I'm hearing you would like to see that as a required characteristic.
I would like to see either experience or understanding of what shared governance means. Because I also don't think it would be helpful for us to have someone who comes in who doesn't understand it, goes barreling through something, and then comes back to us and goes, whoop, mea culpa.
Ran into a wall. All right, let's add that, Jason, under required characteristic, either understanding or experience with shared governance. Yes, so am I on Regent Farnsworth. Regent Farnsworth, then Regent Kenyanya.
Oh,
You can go.
it's changing the topic a little bit. So.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I will say, as someone who leaned internally, you guys are crafting a perfect descriptions for me. I mean, I think we're getting kind of specific, and these are all important things, obviously, but I think just as you were speaking about, some of that latitude does need to be there. To that end, just a couple comments. For the background in academia, I would have actually left that in desirable and then added familiarity in required, right? So at the base, the familiarity must be there, even better if the background is there. And then
Okay, so you would suggest moving, where do we have
foundational,
understanding of
move that up.
academia? You would move that into required, but background in academia could be desirable.
I support that.
Let's do that.
Thanks, can we get that on the record?
And let's, then background in academia, all right?
And then well, it's hard to read these notes, but I will say, okay, earlier we were talking about, actually a while ago, Madam Chair, you kind of misunderstood Doug's comments, and I loved your misunderstanding.
thank
I
you.
loved what you came up with. And I think that what the conversation was about there was the cascading effect or downstream effects of if we were to pick an internal candidate, right, depending on where they come from. I think earlier Regent Verhalen had talked about, adding it as a consideration, but then asking the candidate, to that point, I don't imagine a candidate would bring themselves forward and then also say, yep, but if you select me, Department X or College X will,
Fall apart.
will fall apart, right? Which obviously wouldn't be the case, but I think there are places where there will be a significant consequences or effect, right? And I think some of them were kind of alluded to, some of the key strategic things we have going on. I mean, we obviously mentioned mHealth, but that's certainly not the only one, right? So whether that's fair to a candidate or not, I don't know. But, in terms of duty, to the institution, I think we are the one with that onus to really say, okay, yep, this person may make sense, but what does this do, to the institution? Does this position us better or worse? And I think that's an important consideration. I don't know where we put it. Again, because it's not really a characteristic for the person, but I think it's a really important guiding principle for the board. Us. Yep, and I think someone else, I'm not sure who, mentioned talking about, if you pick an internal, what does that do at the end of that term? And I think those are interrelated. So.
All right, so I'm hearing you're talking about some considerations that the board will have to
yes.
Entertain when it's interviewing particular internal candidate. Yeah. This would be with internal candidates who, if we're looking at moving them into the president position, what's going to be the impact on their department or group in the interim, and what's going to happen when they return. Not necessarily a characteristic of them, right, but that it's something the board clearly needs to entertain as they think about an internal candidate and the impact on the institution.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Regent Kenyanya, I finished. We talked. Regent Verheugen, did you have more comments? All right. Regent Hipsch. All right.
Regent Farnsworth.
Oh, Regent Farnsworth.
Thank
sorry.
You. No, it's okay. Quick,
yes.
Two quick notes. One, looking at Mr. Langworthy's excellent sheet, I'm glad we're doing this exercise, by the way. It's helpful to keep track. To Regent Kenyanya's point about us getting a little specific, I do think, similar to what Regent Verheugen was saying about some other terms earlier on in the conversation, I do think shared governance is perhaps a specific term in our context, particularly around the university context. And so I don't know, that's the problem. I'm going to make this suggestion without having a specific way to change it or reword it. But I think that's important. The reason I was originally feeling like that was a desirable characteristic as opposed to a required is I would say it's desired in the university's very specific our context of shared governance, that it would be desired that they'd have an understanding. I think the broader definition of shared governance is important, which leads to my second point. I see that the board, we called out the board specifically when it comes to demonstrated expertise of pulling together teams of experts to implement board objectives. I think from thinking primarily about external candidates, I would love to see something that calls out a little bit more of the dynamic of, working in a collaborative way with the public board and some of the dynamics of that. I think that's kind of assumed, perhaps. If you're an external candidate, that you're understanding that the Board of Regents is the hiring authority and like what the board is. I would hope that folks understand that. But calling that out specifically as, and maybe it's covered in, now that I'm thinking about it, in that bullet point as well.
In which bullet point?
In the one about demonstrated expertise of pulling together teams of experts. I agree with that. I also see it more broadly as just working, collaboratively with the board on board objectives. So maybe it's making that language a little bit more vague to cover what we
I think they're two different
cover
concepts.
There. Or maybe they're two different
concepts.
concepts.
Add another one,
right.
Demonstrated expertise, and you can talk about whether it's a required or desirable characteristic, but demonstrated expertise of working with boards.
To me, it's required, because I think.
Let's type it up and let's, okay.
So those would be my two comments. Shared governance, I think there's a difference there.
Does the third from the last bullet not accomplish the understanding or experience with shared governance? Doesn't that capture what you're talking about?
To me, I view that question as, are we talking about specific, like shared governance in a university context is really complicated. I could see, like we should be specific with candidates about what our definition of shared governance is, and that's what I'm trying to get at a little
Why
bit.
don't, let's put it in quotes, because I think it has meaning to all of us, what shared governance means in the context of the University of Minnesota. When we're interviewing candidates, we will have to make sure we're explicit about that to get at whether they have that capability or not.
No, you're right. I think so. We will have to get clarity on that as we move forward. I come from, having been in the University Senate and being in our shared governance structure, I'm thinking of this very literally. That may not be, we all have different experiences. And so I think that's going to be an important clarification to make later. So.
All right, I understand that Regent Verheugen has a suggestion on meeting process, but before we get to that, let me just see if we can, first of all, I just want to know, does anybody else want to say anything specific about characteristics that we should have, required or desirable, or any that are listed here that we think we shouldn't?
No.
All right, so.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, so let me I'm going to see if we can do this by show of hands, just to get a sense of it. Does everybody who thinks those bullets under required characteristics are appropriate characteristics and should be required, raise your hand. Anybody disagree? Anybody? Okay, and under the, going to the desirable characteristics, raise your hand if you agree that these are characteristics that are desirable. Desirable. All right. Then removing from characteristics, raise your hands that if you agree that we don't need to include as a characteristic, period. No need for onboarding. Okay. I think we have enough to work with on a going forward basis, and I do recognize this is if there's going to be a section that's going to be iterative and other things may show up as either required or desirable, or we didn't think of something, this is probably the one section. But I'd like to move on, if we can, to the next section, which is salary parameters. But Regent Verheugen, you apparently had a comment you wanted to share about process right now.
Yeah, so thinking about big picture. And
I'm sorry, thinking
big picture about where we're at and where we want to go and where we started today's conversation. As we've moved through this, I'm wondering if it makes sense to instead move this board to the conversation of process, saving the conversation for salary at this point in time. Because if we take this in this order, I could easily see us running out of time, as it's 11:40. And then we're waiting another week before we all get together, whereas.
Agree. Let's just do it that way.
Well, big picture, if we move to process and we're able to settle on something, we could actually solicit. There's the potential we could solicit over the next 5 days and move things forward a bit more quickly.
Agree. I will use my new chair prerogative to switch my schedule around. So if everybody's okay with that, I think you're absolutely right. We're going to run out of time. So it's very important we get to process. It's going to dictate what we do next week. So here's the question that is put to all of you, as you can see there. Let me get to my, as I see it, we've got two main options, and we've already begun to preview it in our discussion here. We can manage the process on our own, basically do it on our own, or we can go down the path of using a search advisory committee, which if we want to use a search, and there's a history of doing that in other searches. Even on an interim basis, there's a history of doing it. But if you have a search advisory committee, you have to create the committee, you have to figure out who's on the committee and how you're going to solicit interest for that committee. You've got to dictate the size of the committee, and you have to create a charge for the committee in terms of what you expect them to do and what you expect to have come out of it, that committee, and come to the board. In each one of those, it depends which fork of the road we decide to take. And once we decide, I think if we can reach a resolution on which way we want to go, then we can begin to ferret out what that process will look like, if it's going to be us doing it all or asking for a smaller group to basically do some of the vetting process for us and making some recommendations to us through that process. So let's begin that conversation. I see a hand here, and is he on your list? Nope, Davenport went first, so.
I didn't know we were doing the list anymore, so all right, go ahead.
All right, Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Marion.
You wanna be on
And
the
I'll
list?
just throw something out. I think we should have a tight deadline to receive letters of nomination, letters of interest, simultaneously see if that person is or is not interested, and then have an internal board process.
Internal board meaning don't use a separate advisory committee. We do it ourselves, whatever that's going to look like.
With keeping that comment input thing live,
Okay,
tool.
all right. And actually, before we hear more discussion, I've had the benefit of a preliminary conversation with Brian Steves about just to give the board a sense of what happens when you do a process in terms of how it's not just what we do, it's what is being done administratively to get it ready and to do it correctly and legally and consistent with university policy. And there are some steps there that some of us or all of us may not be aware of. So before we have further discussion, I'd like Brian to share that if you would.
I think
The executive director of our board.
I think Chair Mayron's initial question was what is the typical process for searching for an interim? And I said there is not a process for that. But we're certainly informed by the presidential search process, and I've been here through a couple of those and can share a little bit about some of the mechanics that need to take place. When you talk about a process by which you're taking in applications, you will need to have some sort of a position posting, and it seems like the start of one has been developed here, but that actually does need to be fleshed out, and there's also some legal language that needs to be included that we'd have to work with HR to include in a position posting. But that's not instantaneous. So when I hear things like, well, we could open it today, we actually can't. We would actually need to do more work to get ready to have a posting that's out there. Then we'd have to set a time period by which applicants can apply. When I hear that there would be applicants, there would also be nominations, and then we would check with those nominees to see if they want to be an applicant. Then we would need to find out and get their application materials submitted. Typically also in these processes, we've worked in the past with the General Counsel's office to actually reach out to candidates and get them to sign a document to say whether they would be willing to remain in the pool if there are multiple public finalists. And then they get to opt. They get to say, yes, I'd be interested in that, or no, I wouldn't. I'm not interested unless I am the sole finalist. And we've actually used a document that they sign in the past to indicate their preference on that. That takes some time to work through with candidates. In the past, when we've had a process where we are trying to honor candidates' preferences to be private or confidential, and yet talk about them and name finalists, which once this board names a finalist to interview, their name becomes public. We've actually, in both of the last searches, had a meeting whereby you have access to all of the application materials privately, each of you does. And then we actually have a list in front of you at the meeting where the candidates are listed and have a de-identified numeric or letter value. And then you talk about them in terms of candidate A. I like the attributes of candidate A, and you have to talk about them in a de-identified way so that you're not revealing who that is. And then you nominate someone to be a finalist. And so I believe Eric Kaler was candidate C, if I recall correctly, and he, was discussed and then advanced and interviewed by the board. All of that is to say that we would need time built into the process all the way along, depending on how complicated you want the process to be or how extensive. We also need to ensure, I've heard everyone say that you want opportunity for consultation and input from the university community. And we would need to figure out what mechanism that is if it's anything more than just leave the comment form open and continue to feed those comments to you. If you want more than that or anything in addition to that, we'd need to figure out what that is and how to accommodate it in the process. All of that is to say, and also the discussion of an advisory committee and all of that adds a whole host of additional work and effort and time to the process if you desire to go down that path. And so I just offer those up just because we would need to take all of that into account. The other thing that we do typically after you've identified a finalist or finalists and when you interview them is we conduct fairly extensive background checks on candidates. And there's an outside contractor that does that kind of work. And as you may know, also high-level hires here at the University of Minnesota go through, there are some other processes associated with those hires where there's an outside consulting firm that often interviews them and provides input and feedback to the board as well. So I just offer all of that because as you're thinking through it, I know that there's a desire for speed, and that will play against how extensive you build the process to be.
So again, in the interest of time, I think it would be helpful that if there's anybody in the Horseshoe here who supports the idea of using a search advisory committee as opposed to us doing this work ourselves, this would be the time to hear your interest in it and why. Because to be frank, if everybody around the table here thinks we should be doing this ourselves and not for whatever reason, thinks that it's not necessary to do this vetting process through a separate committee, then we don't need to spend time on that. So I'd like to at least find out if there's anybody here who came into it, who would like to speak in support of the reasons for using a search advisory committee to do some of our work for us. I think now's the time, let's get it out on the table. Otherwise, we can begin to focus on what we are going to do internally. Anybody have that interest here? Regent Rocha.
Violating the terms of your request, I support the board doing the work as you just described, but it's not in a vacuum. I think that it needs to be with a clear understanding in the community that the permanent search is going to have a much more comprehensive inclusion, so people understand that this is not being taken from the community to the board. We are the public's board, so I think that there is a role for us in these moments, but that the community understands there will be opportunities and we can start those conversations, even now. And we make a very strong call for the input that we're already starting to receive, because I think that that's very helpful, so that we're not going into a closed session away from the world. But with those caveats, I support the board moving forward because I think the efficiency and effect of that is more important at this moment.
All right. I'm going to do this one by a show of hands, and then we'll move forward. Everybody who's in favor of doing the search process to lead to the selection of an interim president ourselves, please raise your hand. Okay. Todd, Regent Johnson, did you raise your hand? Because a little yellow hand went up, an icon went up, so I don't know.
No, that was me raising my hand, yes.
Okay. All of a sudden.
We're doing the work ourselves.
All right. Then I'm hearing that that's the process that we want to do. We're going to do this ourselves. So let me see where that puts us on here. Let's talk about then how people see us getting, for example, Regent Davenport talked about how she would like to see us get either nominations or people, so a third party nominates a person or a person.
Letter of interest.
A letter of interest that they send to the board saying, I raise my hand, I'm interested in this position, that's how we find out who out there is interested. Be interested whether, Brian, you think then we have to put out a position, do we have to post a position description before we do that, or whether we could put out a call in some mechanism to the community at large, that if the board is entertaining either nominations or letters of interest by any individual who'd like to serve in the capacity of interim president without a formal posting of the position, and set a deadline by which that would come in writing to us. Looking at that step, or do we have to do a formal posting and leave it open, or do anything beyond that?
Madam Chair, I think we would certainly want to benefit from some consultation with our Vice President for Human Resources on that. But my guess is, as with any good DIY project, you can do it almost any way you'd like.
All right, Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. A couple things. One, I don't think we do nominations because, to Mr. Steve's point, I think that clutters up the process. I think it's not, being an HR expert per se, but I think we do, letters of interest, resumes in response to a position posting. We just did a lot of work for the last couple hours on the foundation of a position posting. I think it's fair to give potential candidates an idea of what the board expects for this position, and so I'd want to see a position posting, just straight up letters of interest and resumes. The board comes together and discusses candidates in a de-identified manner, selects who we want to bring for an interview. There's a commitment from candidates that this is a public process, and so they would be potentially, that they would be comfortable being included in a group of public finalists. So this is a public board, and we need to do it that way. Then we do interviews with however many finalists we select, and then select someone. I'm sure I missed a few of the details that, in what Mr. Steve said, which I think was really helpful. Yes, there would be the whatever the reviews that we did when we hired the chief auditor, those reports that you were referring to from an outside consultancy, from a leadership evaluation standpoint. I think that was helpful. The background checks, understanding all of that procedural stuff. But I think we just leave it pretty straightforward up front with just candidates identifying themselves based on the position profile we just worked on. And then the board comes together and does this in a series of public meetings. That would be my preferred approach.
Okay, let's, Jason, if we can scroll down, because I don't think the bullets there are going to do it. So let's, what I heard is basically a posting or calling for, including the description of the position for interested candidates for the position, and set a deadline by which that would come in writing to us or electronically, that we would then entertain letters of interest from any of those individuals. And we would then, the board would meet, and those materials would get compiled, and the board would review them and come together and review and those individuals in a de-identified manner to decide which ones they wanted to interview. That probably would take place in one meeting, and we would come back to the next meeting, and with those candidates we identified that we want to interview, we would interview them. And at that point, it would be public because we would be able to see their faces and they'd see ours, and then we would come to a decision. And maybe at that meeting, or maybe it's the next meeting, but in any event, then the next would be a decision, and in there would be contemplated that there would be a background check. If it's an internal candidate, that may not be necessary. If it's an external candidate, then a background check. Those are the kind of the big picture steps I heard.
Thank you.
Okay. Who's next on my list? Regent Fairhill.
Thanks. So I generally agree with this. To add a little more granularity, I agree not on nominations. There are already letters we've received that are in the portal of people's names where those individuals have basically said not interested, not my jam. And so that nomination process just creates an extra iterative step. Instead, if someone wants to nominate someone, they can pick up the phone and call them and say, I really think you should do this. We just set out a series of bullets of required and desirable qualifications. If we set out that their letter of interest needs to address how they as a candidate would fit each of those, we can put it in a bullet form. We all went through the regional election process. We all know we had to fill out a series of answers to questions. Put that form out there, include a box that says, if you are not the sole finalist, are you okay with your name being disclosed? Do that on the front end of the process. Adding to board reviewing application materials and selecting a finalist, we can walk through, and this was a process that has been used on a few boards I've been on, a spreadsheet, engineer and me, basically in spreadsheet form, do they meet these qualifications in a de-identified way? And that's how we have the discussion about who we move forward. But also including with those application materials, do we ask for 3 letters of recommendation no longer than 1 page? So we know potentially who called them and said you should run, who asked them to be a part of this. And skipping the nomination process also removes a large burden from our staff in trying to follow up with all those people. If they don't respond, making sure that they were a part of it, they have the right contact information, et cetera. Otherwise, I'm good with this approach with some of those more granular details to consider.
Okay. All right.
And, the one item, I don't know if we need to add to the process the reports that we got with the chief auditor position. This isn't a permanent position, it's an interim position.
I'm sorry, which reports? The background?
The consultative reports that James referred to, which was different than background reports. It was
360 leadership evaluation type thing, right?
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of that will sort itself out in our own interview process. This is an interim position. It is not a permanent position. Those are critical for permanent positions.
Okay. Oh, one thing, Jason, when you talk about position description with deadline for, instead of, let's call it letters of intent with resume, with resume and references or recommendations. The reason I'm doing that is I don't know that we're not creating an application and they're filling it out. We're asking for them to basically tell me, are you raising your hand? And then Regent Bearhill has indicated some things we could ask them to do up front, that they're willing to be a public candidate, et cetera. We could also ask them to indicate they are not seeking the permanent position of president. Right. We could include those kinds of things.
And I don't think we want to ask for references because, again, that creates an additional administrative burden. We go ahead and ask if they want to include up to 3 letters of support, no longer than 1 page each. That's fine. But adding that references piece then again creates a follow-on.
Okay. And I'm just going to comment on my experience over is that I think letters of recommendation are worthless. So if I personally, because of course you're going to get a letter of recommendation from someone who is going to say nothing but wonderful things about you. And if I want to find out more about this person, I'd rather do, it's up to me whether I choose to contact somebody, but I'd rather get names of individuals that if we want to check, we want to pick, somebody wants to pick up the phone, we can do that. And that to me would be more useful. So I personally don't find letters of recommendation helpful, and I think it's asking third parties to do things that aren't necessarily useful, but reasonable people can disagree. And if you all want letters of recommendation, by all means, let's do it.
List people as references. Yes. And we contact them.
It's up to us whether we want to contact them, or we could divide it up among ourselves, or, I think about at least becoming a judge, we identified, in the selection process, we identified references, and the selection committee decided who to call and who not to call, right, or if they wanted to at all. So
I also want to be really clear. Everything we've done, even to this point, is much more transparent and administrative already than what's been done in my historic review of the university, at least back a couple decades, for interim positions, whether it be president or other administrative interim positions. And so I think this is a good opportunity to be clear. Even what we've done to this point is already opening up a level of transparency that we all think is really important. And it doesn't mean that we're foreclosing future opportunities, but we have a series of things we talked about at the beginning of this meeting that timeline-wise we're running into.
Okay. All right. Other people want to weigh in on the process. So who is next? Oh, Regent Svigum.
Madam Chair, I'm just glad to know that I've wasted thousands of hours of my life and thousands of pages writing recommendations.
Now you know what we did with them.
Yeah, well, I hope not. Although I will tell you this, as an aside, whenever I send the recommendations that she is a good farm girl or he is a good farm boy, they got hired immediately.
Okay. All right.
My comment is only for clarification
Yes.
to Executive Director Steves. In that process of the steps right there, everything is confidential and doesn't become open and public until step 3.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Regent Swigum, that's not exactly accurate. So step 1 is an administrative task. Step 2 would be a public board meeting. You would discuss application materials and candidates in a de-identified way.
But de-identified.
Right,
Okay.
but the moment you voted to select candidate, J as a finalist to be interviewed, their name becomes public.
Right. Okay.
And
So
then
basically,
the
it
interviews
is
are
step
public.
3.
So,
They'd have to agree to be interviewed. They have to agree.
which is why we would try to get that kind of agreement
Upfront.
before you even got to that meeting.
So I'm thinking step 3 public, before that it's confidential.
No, I think what you're hearing Mr. Steve's state is once we say at step 2, we're going to interview candidates A, B, C, and D, immediately A, B, and C, D's names will become public prior to step 3 taking place, which is when we interview them. So it's at the selection time, that's when it'll go public who our finalists are.
Step 2B.
Step 2B, yes, okay, yeah.
I'm just wanting a clarification. I'm good with that because I think having been through this in the selection of the president, Joan Gable, and maybe HR director or auditor, it does make a difference when people know that their name will be public as to how, it does make a difference in who you might even get to apply and go forward. So I just want to make sure it was.
Okay, yes, we're hitting noon, so I'm gonna ask for, we'll stay on this and we're gonna have to talk about what's gonna happen next week, and we'll have to take a short break and find out from, hopefully Sarah is able to indicate when our next meeting is gonna be. Regent Talrani.
Thank you, Chair. Mayron, just a quick thing on the deadline for letters of interest and other materials. I assume that the other materials, if we were using a search firm or something, they would have done a little bit more legwork in terms of requesting materials from the candidate. And so I just want to be sure that we're not just asking people like, please just send us a basic letter saying you're interested with the resume, that we would detail it out a little bit so that now that they've seen the requirements and what we're interested in, that we get a little bit more material to be able to advance the applications in a more, informed way. So I just want to state that because I would want that and not just anybody to sort of say, well, I'm interested, and there's so many. I think already in some of the materials, like some people will kind of say things that are maybe subjective, but not responding to the things that we've named already. So I just want to make sure that that required materials has a little bit more direction, I guess.
And so building on that, what I heard Regent Bearhill say, and to address what you're talking about, I am envisioning that the position description with the deadline for letter of interest, that the letter of interest would not, our position description will be available to them, but also that we would be asking them to address the following attributes and characteristics, what it is that they can provide us that will specifically address what we think are required or desirable attributes and interests, so that we are getting that information up front and not just what they think is important on a CV. That's number one. And number two, I would suggest that when we get to step 3, that we get some advice from hopefully our HR on good interviewing techniques by us as a board, so that it is that we are my view about interviews is that the answers are only as good as the questions we ask. And so I think we are going to need some guidance from some experts on good interview questions that are designed to get at what we all think are collectively important. And given, interviews by 12 is always a challenging process, not probably the ideal process. I'm thinking that perhaps maybe whatever the list of questions are, that we're going to divide them up among ourselves so that we know who's going to ask. Regent Hipsch is going to ask this question, Regent Farnsworth is going to ask this question. So we're getting all our questions asked, but we're not repeating each other and being redundant. So I would suggest we get some expert advice to get ready for step 3. And probably at step 1 as well, we can get assistance from hopefully our HR department on how to best do this to create the position description and to lay out what it is here. These are the characteristics. How do we ask the individuals who are raising their hand to make sure they're answering what we're interested in? So just a suggestion there. Regent Rocha, you're next, and now it's 5 after 12. So let me ask, are people willing to stay beyond noon here? Because that's when we said we would end.
I need to leave.
You're going to need to leave. How quickly, Regent Svigum?
10 minutes.
All right. I have 2 people who are showing up here, Rocha and Kenyanya, Regents Rocha and Kenyanya and Farnsworth. We have to be able to, as a group, decide on next steps. So if you think you can be quick, we'll do it. And quick, I'm going to suggest a minute, and I'm going to cut you off so that we can get to process going forward. Yes, Regent Rocha.
I'll be quick, Madam Chair. I think that I would like to have the salary conversation because I think that it's an important conversation.
Are you saying you want it right now?
Well, we can't have it right now because I don't think we can do it in a minute. But I do think that emphasizing the public service component to this public university, it's going to impact who applies and their motivations for applying. So I think that was an important conversation. So I'm disappointed that we weren't able to get to that. But do we know how many people we want to interview? Do we kind of have an idea? Because it would seem to me that one way we could handle this is we get all of the applications and maybe each member gets to select like their top 5 on that basis.
Let's save that discussion. Let's see how many, I don't mean to cut you off, but if we get 400 applications, we're going to have to, or letters of interest, we're going to have this discussion. If we get 4, we may not need to have it. And in the interest of time, and particularly your point about that setting salary expectations may impact our ability, for example, to get those letters of intent in, that I want to ask, even though I know Regent Svigum is going to leave, that we have that dialogue right now, or think about having it now before we leave here, as opposed to saving it to the meeting next week. But if you're okay waiting till next week, it just means that we're not going to entertain letters of interest until after next week, because I think that is an important piece for any potential applicant to know what we're thinking about by way of compensation.
Agreed.
Okay. So
that
was my thought. Regent Kenyanya, you were next. Anything to add here right now?
I guess I was going to clarify a couple things. For step 3 and 4, do we imagine that being the same day and or the same meeting? Because and I guess just open a feedback on that. And then the other thing, obviously, as Mr. Steve explained, like some work has to happen, before a date can be set and deadline. But would we offer maybe an aspirational timeline and then see if that can work? If it can't, fine. But just some sort of indication of, moving on from here today, what are we expecting?
So let me share my own view on it, that some of these questions we don't know yet until we know how big the pool is that we're going to want to interview. So if we say and I'm throwing this out, there's 10 individuals that we're very interested in, we decide we want to interview them. It may be that voting that day will be difficult if for no other reason than trying to synthesize all the information in our own heads, much less with each other on 10 people. It's going to take time. it isn't something where people are going to feel like they can immediately vote on one person. On the other hand, if it's down to 2 candidates or 3 candidates, we may find that we think we can interview and make the decision at that time. So I'd suggest we, at least for today, have some flexibility that it could go either way. Most people disagree. All right, so let me, I don't know.
20 seconds.
All right, I didn't know you're raising your hand because your name's not on the list. All
Yeah,
right.
so all I was going to say, because it hasn't really been touched on, and I think it's of critical importance, is the engagement piece and feedback from the university community. I think we continue to leave the feedback form open. And, if there are people interested at some point in the process, to do something more by way of comment or some kind of listening session, of course, I would be interested, and perhaps others would be, in participating in it as well. But I think it's important to touch on that today and hopefully affirm that we are going to continue to leave all regular channels open to the board, a commitment, from our staff.
Does anybody disagree with that? I think at a minimal, we'll keep our normal channels open. They can email us and they can go right to the portal.
Yep, and the portal is going to continue to be updated, as Mr. Steves talked about. And so I think it's important just to clarify that so the university community knows what to expect coming out of today as this is moving quickly, that we're going to continue to have a specific eye to feedback on this topic.
Everybody agree?
My only, I guess, amendment to that is that we only maybe just leave it till after step 1. I guess I would say once we start talking about candidates and, who's, even if it's characteristics of who's applied, I would not want to receive like additional, comments about, well, we don't like that, you don't have this. I think we need to be mindful. So I would welcome additional comments up to the end of step 1. I don't think that it's helpful because we're going to have the pool we're going to have. And I think in order for us to move efficiently and do our best, I don't know that you would want to leave the comment or take comments through the whole process. It would concern me.
All right, let me ask a clarifying question on that. So at step 2, once we receive these materials, are those materials going to be available to the world at large? If the answer is, well, tell me, are they available so that anybody in the university community in a de-identified way who wants to know who has raised their hand and said, I want to be a candidate, are those materials going to be available to the community at large?
Madam Chair, members of the board, those materials are not. There are elements, though, that do become public. If I'm remembering from past searches, we do have to share certain information about the applications, but nothing that's identifiable with a particular candidate. And so there's like a summary that we have to produce at the end that talks about the pool that we had, and we have to share some of those details. But I'd have to get some input from OGC and HR on that.
And I know the general counsel is here, but this has to do with if we're in fact thinking at some point we will shut down or close the portal, for example. The question is, at what point do we produce that summary? Is it at the end of the whole process, or at step 1, is there a summary that is provided to the public? Because if there's a summary provided to the public, then the public may say, I've reviewed the summary of these 10 candidates, and I think 8 out of the 10 of them are people who should be knocked out of the box just based on what I'm reading. Don't even consider them board.
Madam Chair, I don't think it's like that. I don't think
I hope it's not like that, but I'm asking. Because that will inform us on
first, our portal is always open.
Yeah.
So we will always take comments on any topic because we also have regular business that's moving forward and we want to be able to take input. So we will always take input and comments via the website, via your emails. In terms of where public input might be valuable is if you decide between step 2, where you identify and publicly name some finalists, between that step and when you interview them, I'm guessing you'll get a lot of input on who people think are good candidates or not good candidates. It just depends on on how much time elapses between steps 2 and 3. And I don't know, that would be up to
Okay,
you.
all right. I think it answers that the portal's always open.
Right, I mean, I think it's just more stating we have this commitment.
Yep.
Portal's always open, our emails are always open.
Right,
Just restating that because it wasn't really captured in the last part of the
Okay,
conversation.
any other comments? Yes, Regent Davenport.
I know we're running short of time, but I
We
have,
ran out of time.
I have.
I'm happy to stay here.
I have one point that I feel strongly about that got lost. And that is, and I'm willing to compromise because I like what we have here. But I feel strongly that we should accept letters of nomination with some quick turnaround that directs them to step 1. I think we could lose or not get a full field of highly qualified candidates if we miss that.
So what you contemplate is, if someone is nominated by a third party, as opposed to someone who signs a letter of intent, that would then be followed by, that person then, if in fact they're willing to be considered, will then file a letter of intent.
Yes.
So why couldn't that person
Yes.
who wants to do the nomination pick up the phone and say, Regent Davenport, I would like to nominate you. Here's my letter nominating you. You should submit your application, attach it to your letter of intent.
Yes. But there's a difference between being nominated for a position and putting your own name in. You get nominated and then you go to step 1. I don't know, that has to be attached to the nomination.
Psychology.
But my point is, if someone were to pick up the phone and say, I would like, there's not a nomination process, but I think you should be nominated. I'm not interested in stroking someone's ego to call them and say, you've been nominated. You know, as Brian calls them and says, you've been nominated for this position. At this point in time, this is where my suggestion of a recommendation letter, it should all come in at once.
Yeah, just to clarify, Madam Chair.
So let me make sure.
That's just-
One way to do it is the way we've stated it here, and there are no nominations. In other words, presumably, any person who was going to nominate Mary Davenport to be interim president, before they sent that nomination to the university, they called up Mary Davenport and said, I'm about to nominate you to be interim president. Are you willing to do this? Because Mary, if I'm going to do it, then you need to submit a letter of intent. And if you say no, then having this person nominate you, it seems like a wasted step. So why does what
Good
Cody's
with
suggesting?
that. I'm good with that.
Yep.
In that you are including that somebody's making the nomination. So if somebody's going to nominate, they're going to call, I can say that they
Yeah.
call and confirm the person's willing. I don't know that they have to be attached, I think, but my point is they're nominated.
And what additional information, because that's like a letter of recommendation, it's a third part. I'm trying to ferret out what's
I
the,
could send an email and say, I'd like to nominate Janie Mayron for interim president.
yeah,
And then that person is contacted, you've been nominated, here's step 1.
and I think what Cody's trying to do is avoid that step. But that creates an administrative step, it's unnecessary. So if I'm going to nominate you, before I do that, I call you up and say, I'm about to nominate you. If I do this, are you going to file your letter of intent? Because then it says to me, instead of me nominating you, just file your letter of
I
intent.
think it's not overly burdensome to do a follow-up. I don't think we're going to get 400 nominations. I think we're going to get thoughtful nominations of some individuals of high stature that need that little extra push.
Okay, all right, understand. Anybody object to adding, let's see, for deadlines we'll just, the way that we'd add language that said for nominations, followed by letter of interest, or let's say nominations or letter of interest and other required materials. Any nominations will be followed by a letter of interest by that individual to be considered. Something along those lines, so that that person, The ones who you're talking about get the nudge, but they know that they've got to then file a letter of interest to get to step
If
2.
we're gonna allow nominations, if we're gonna allow someone to say, I'm nominating this person, they should, I'm nominating this person and I've talked with them and here are their materials. Otherwise, we're waiting. And so that's just a possible compromise.
Or an earlier
I think
deadline
we're-
for nominations
I'm
and
agreeable.
applications.
Or, I mean, the other way to address it is
Okay.
if someone submits a letter nominating, if no follow-up materials are submitted within 24, by the deadline, someone submits a letter of nomination, if no materials complying with everything else are submitted by the deadline, that nomination letter doesn't matter. I mean, that's the other way to do it, but it just, to me, feels like extra paper, more cumbersome. I'd rather, if there's a letter of nomination, that candidate will submit their materials with that letter of nomination.
Any preference here?
We're gonna do that.
Before is yours address
Yeah,
preference?
let's address this.
All right,
addresses
and
this.
you also indicated that you've got a clarification from OGC.
Yes, just for the information of the group, letters of nomination, my understanding from OGC is that those would be public documents as opposed to someone's application materials. And so if that matters at all to the group, just so you know that letters of nomination would end up being public documents of non-university individuals, is that the key? Of non-university
Which
individuals.
makes it extra wonky.
There you go.
Which makes it what?
Extra wonky.
Extra wonky.
Yeah.
Behind that mask, I didn't
I know,
get the
I'm
word
sorry.
wonky. Yeah, okay.
Maybe has another part.
Pardon, all right, yes. General Counsel Peterson, if you could come up.
This is
Come.
sort of a footnote on your conversation, but I think notice to people in a couple of respects will be really important. When you sort of invite people to apply, it's going to be important for them to know when they become finalists and for you to contemplate a waiver that they sign so that they have that understanding when they make their application. Opening it up to nominations kind of moves you into a separate kind of avenue where if the nomination is of an employee of the university, that nomination is going to be treated as private personnel data until that person becomes a finalist. But if the nomination is for a non-employee, that nomination is public. And again, your notice should make that clear to people so that people know the implications of their nomination, particularly when it's a nomination of a third party.
Okay. All those in favor of including nominations as an additional avenue, which would be followed by or have attached a letter of interest, please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, and all those who are, you're raising your hand?
Yeah, why not?
Half of a raise.
You could have been in the majority.
No, I'm not comfortable in the majority. It's been way too long.
Why change now?
All right,
It's
all
only been
those in
since
favor of
February.
not including nominations in this process, but it goes straight to letters of interest, raise your hand. How many do we have? I'm just trying to get a sense here. More than the 3, all right. Close, but more than the 3. All right. I have a sense of what's going on. We'll keep going. Yes, Regent Farnsworth.
Yes, really quick, and I believe I want to honor, I think where Regent Davenport is coming from, and please correct me where I'm wrong, if I'm wrong. I think the compromise is, and I heard your comment, Chair Mayron, about letters of recommendation. I think people can read those, people cannot, we can pay different values to those, but I think perhaps allowing folks to submit letters of recommendation maybe would get at what you're talking about. Someone who is listening to us sent me a comment about letters of recommendation, which I actually haven't considered before, and it influenced my perspective. And they said, beyond being either positive or negative, they provide a significant level of nuanced information about how and why someone is qualified. There's a burden, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, there's a significant burden of writing letters of reference that's understood, but it's important for the potential interim presidential candidate to have the capital to ask that effort of their coworkers. That's something to consider. So I think, if I'm understanding correctly after listening for a while, maybe that gets at what Regent Davenport was trying to get at from the spirit of the letter of nomination. And then board regents can look at letters of recommendation, not, that can all influence our individual perspective.
How about if we, as in the spirit of compromise? I would suggest that it's not required. If you would like to include letters of recommendation, please do so.
Yes.
If we want to limit the number, I don't personally have a problem limiting the number, but I wouldn't limit the length. I mean, to be honest, if we're going to use letters of recommendation, limiting the reference to one page is going to be as useful to me. The ones that are truly useful are the ones where people spend the time that you've talked about and create the context of why they think this person would be successful and address all the things we're interested in. So if I'm going to receive a letter of recommendation that would actually be of use to me, I wouldn't put a limit on how long it is. I can read whatever it is that's put in front of me. So, but I wouldn't require letters of recommendation. I would make it optional.
Agreed.
Does that work for people?
A list of references.
And, but I would include a list of references, and I would include, say, 3 references.
Yep.
All right?
And I would limit the number of letters.
Of 3. That's what I
3 and 3.
All right.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Regent Roshan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this isn't kind of following up on the nomination letter of interest concept, is if any member of the board becomes aware through some third party that there's somebody that would be an attractive candidate, is there any limitation on a board member reaching out to that individual and encouraging them to apply? So I mean, I think that gets you the same wide net as you would have under those circumstances. You just have to take the step further than just the letter of interest to the application.
Agree. Anybody object to that? I absolutely agree. We need to be, I mean, we've all gotten already contacted by various individuals with potential candidates. So any region following up with that and encouraging that person to put in their letter of interest, I think is completely appropriate. At the end of the day, we're trying to find the best candidate any way we can. All right, let me suggest this. Before we break, I think that getting to the issue of salary, getting some guidance is important because I do think it will have an impact on the candidate's letter of interest. So if everyone is okay with, let me ask, does anybody have a hard stop where they have to leave? Regent Swigum said he did, but he's still here, so yes, Regent Rahal.
I am speaking at a conference at 4 o'clock today.
At what time?
At 4 o'clock.
We have plenty of time.
So
Yeah.
just, the organizer said if I'm not there 30 minutes ahead of time, they will start to worry. So
I'm talking about that we may go till 1 o'clock, but I don't know how long the conversation will take. Does
That's why I
anybody
shared
else,
that.
does anybody have a hard stop in the next hour? All right, great. We're going to take a short recess. We're going to come back at 12:30 and we're going to address the issue of salary. I am going to, and we'll see how we did on time. I would be delighted if we could get to the other agenda item, which is the transition for President Gable. She is very anxious to know what it is we want her to do or not do. But if we run out of time, we will take that up at our board meeting next week. So it will come soon, but if it could be today, great. It just depends on our appetite for staying with this process. All right, back at 12:30 on this clock. In this room. Yes.
You know, support.
for those of you who are maybe seeing us, we've turned this into a working board meeting. We're eating at the same time, and we apologize if you hear munching or crunching or things like that. And I hope, Regent Todd Johnson, you went and got something to eat for yourself. So, all right, good. Before we get to the issue of giving guidance on salary, I just wanted to make a clarifying comment. I mentioned earlier this morning about President Gabel's estimated departure date is June 9th. And by that, I didn't mean her employment ended on June 9th. It does not end on that date. She does have accrued vacation time. She's interested in taking that vacation time before she leaves, and she has suggested that she would like to begin her vacation on June 9. We're in discussions with her still as to whether that will work or not, so that's not a hard date. But that was when I talked about her departure, potential departure on June 9, it was taking into account the fact that she may be taking her vacation and starting it on that date. And so if she does, and that's how it ends up, that means she's not available to assist the interim president in terms of the transition process, and it would have to take place before that date. So it's not a date written in stone, it's her suggested date, and we're still talking to her, with her about whether that makes sense or not. So I just wanted to clarify that. All right, let's talk about what we see are the salary, what this position should be paid. I will share with you, Regent Spigham had to leave, but he did indicate I should share his view, and I'll do it right out of the box. He believes that the interim president is being asked to be president of this institution, and therefore and engage in presidential duties, and therefore should get a presidential salary. Now, where that fits within the range of what presidents of a institution like our own is, he didn't say, but in other words, presidential duties should be paid presidential salary. So that's his view, and he wanted to make sure that I communicated it to us. I think it's covered by bullet number 1 up to the salary of the outgoing president. And then there are what we've identified as other ways of thinking about compensation. It could be a certain percentile of current presidents, Big Ten presidents. It could be the current, if it's an internal candidate, it could be the current salary of that internal candidate, meaning they wouldn't make any more. Or it could be what we would call an augmentation on the assumption they're being asked to do something more of something that has more duties, more significance or importance or value to the university. Their current salary would be augmented by some percentage. So whatever they make, 10% more, 20, 30% more, to take into account that their duties are more expansive and with greater impact to the university. So with that, you heard Regent Spigham's view. Let's open it up as to what others think. Whoever wants to. All right. Regent Johnson, I understand you have to leave at 12:55, that you've got a hard stop. So I want to make sure I've gotten your input on this beforehand. And so I know you didn't raise your hand, but if you have any thoughts on salary, it'd be great to hear from you on it.
No, I guess I'd like to hear from folks who have gone through this process before. So I'm still the new guy. So.
All right. Well, to be fair, Regent Johnson, no one has been through the process of having their president leave and have to hire an interim president on the fly. So I certainly understand you'd like to hear from your colleagues, but I don't think there's anybody in the room here who has any experience with this.
Well, I've become very cognizant of what having spent, it seems like 3 months at the legislature, walking up and down the stairs, and very cognizant of what the public thinks and what the legislators think about very, very large salaries. And I think we have to be careful on this. For example, if we do, if we hire an internal person, I think we would want to provide an augmentation of 15 to 25% or something, but not that much more, since recognizing the fact that it's a temporary situation. I feel like the public opinion of the salaries that currently are Big Ten presidents are making is, there's been some negative publicity on that, so I think we should keep that in mind too. And it's kind of hard to say what you pay an interim, because they are interim. And anyway, I do think we need to be careful about walking that line between, offending folks and the professors that come on the department I used to work for at UMD, they started about 60,000 a year. So I think we need to keep them in mind too as we look at this. So I would just be careful about not going. That's.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, others. So what I heard Regent Todd Johnson say is he's very cognizant of public perception and reactions to Big Ten salaries generally, and the salary of our current president, just presidents in general. And there's been negative publicity about it. I am hearing a willingness, at least with internal candidates, to augment their salary. Think about an augmentation over their current salary of, I think he said 10 to 25%. And that's what I heard at this point. So others. Yes, Regent Ruth Johnson.
Yeah, thanks, Regent Mayer. I'm open to, thinking about this and considering, but my first response to this is probably not to pay someone the salary of the president. It is an interim job. We're asking them to do maintenance and other, some important things, but we're not asking them to start with strategic plans and, huge other processes. So I'm not sure they're actually really functioning entirely as a new president would. We have other expectations there. And so I think, the concept, if we do an internal candidate of augmenting and, raising up the salary a certain percent makes sense. I think that's reasonable. They're doing something really different beyond what they were doing, but I don't think that we have to kind of out of the gate pay somebody who's an interim same salary would a new president. They were coming in with very high expectations to leading at a level.
Okay. Other views? Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Maron. I'm agreeing with what I'm hearing. I do believe that an interim.
You've heard two different things.
So well, all right, well, I'm going.
The reason I say that is Regent Sviggum said
that, which is what I was going to say. I do believe there are precedents and should be paid a presidential salary, but I would look at what that percentile is, and I would skew down toward the 20 percentile, somewhere down there on the low end, because they are an interim, and we're looking at these big price tags, even in the Big Ten. So I think there's some other comparables we could bring in on that, but that could be discussed. But I'd say on the low end of some presidential salary, and I would say if we go with an internal, there would need to be some percent augmentation.
Okay. So after, excuse me, so you're saying external maybe a lower percentage of a president's, but an internal and augmentation.
Well, we got salaries all over the map.
I know.
So it's kind of, it depends. But I think we have to set a range so that people know what the expectation is.
All right, other thoughts? Yes, Regent Rosha.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. I know we were, you brought this back. I wish Regent Sviggum were here. He referenced that this is a presidential position, so it should receive a presidential salary. I'll start just by saying that, our students are public university students, and they should be paying a public higher education tuition. And for the first 150 years of the institution, they did. And it's only been relatively, and where you can essentially pay as you go, and it's only recently that we've had these massive increases that are hard on people, and I think that it moves us off of our mission as an institution, and I think this board has a duty to protect that. I think the president of the University of Minnesota is not, simply a CEO position of a large, complex organization. I believe it is a public service. We are a public university, and there are all kinds of positions in government, in national defense, in local law enforcement, teaching, where people, because of the honor and opportunity to serve in those positions, they accept compensation that is more reflective of the general community, not the expertise of their role. The regents have worked without compensation since 1851. And we believe this is a public service. Now, compare ourselves to the private sector, and board members are paid, and sometimes they're paid a tremendous amount. So we, around this table, should, as much as anybody, understand that there are times you do things because you believe in it, and it's important, and it's meaningful. And I would hope that we would keep that in mind. Presidents worked at this university for what would be considered public executive salaries, comparable to a governor or a member of Congress, for the university's first 145 years. It's only been in recent years that we've seen these massive increases. I would also point out that there's a negative correlation between the dramatic increase in administrative salaries with legislative support. As we have substantially increased the salaries, the legislature has been less inclined to keep track, and quite frankly, it's reasonable, because nothing tells somebody that you're fine financially like paying people a whole bunch of money compared to the taxpayers that are providing those resources. I would also say that the increase in compensation at higher ed across the board, this isn't just the University of Minnesota, is correlated with what we're seeing as a negative reaction from public opinion of this university and others. And I would also point out that as administrative salaries have gone up, so has student debt. Now, I understand that at times people throw sports coaches from universities into the mix, but that's not a public service. That's really become a commercial enterprise. And I think it's only going to be addressed by Congress, especially with the NCAA sort of turning this over to being a funded issue. So I don't consider that to be a legitimate compensation. And it's so small by comparison to the overall structure and where we've seen changes. Now, I personally have had a chance to work with presidents who earned what would be described as public leader salaries. Today, the salary of President Hasselmo, who did an exceptional job as president of the university, if it was adjusted for inflation to today, it would be $306,000. He left, when I left, his salary was $155,000. And I would also point out that I don't ever recall his focus being about his own financial situation. His focus was on the mission of the university. And I think that's, if we adopt this concept that it's the higher education administrative salary sweepstakes, I think you're going to find people that maybe have other motivations than just ensuring that we are serving the public and the students that we are supposed to be serving. Comparison to other Big Ten universities, I think that's a danger. I think it's a huge danger. I think that's been part of the Ponzi scheme, because no one sees themselves as below average. And every time you go above the average, you have raised the average. And that's, I think, what you've seen happen over these last 30 years. I think setting a reasonable salary for this position focuses the role, like the role of the regents, on service to the university. And I think that there are some exceptional people out there that would absolutely jump at the chance to serve, even though they're not necessarily getting paid an exorbitant salary, but because they have the honor and respect that comes with serving as the leader of this great institution. And I would just point out that between the $306 that the salary would be for the president today, if we followed back when it was still a reasonable public executive salary, recently there was legislation that talked about 350% of the governor's salary as a cap, and I'm not exactly sure how all that worked, and I don't believe it that's going forward. But even then, if you're using that as an indication of at least some legislative perspectives, that's still a lot of money. That's $609,000. So my personal feeling is if we want to restore public faith in this institution, if we want to attract people who are focused on the role of the university and the honor and respect of serving as this university's president, even on an interim basis. I believe there are people that would likely do it, without compensation. I don't think that that's the way that we should go. But I would like to see us set a number. If we were to say 500,000, I would rather it be 400,000. That gets you in the U.S. presidential rate. But if you say 500,000 as a cap on what we would be paying, I think that would be a strong signal to the public that is concerned about where we sit currently, as that we are taking this seriously and we're going to continue down that conversation. Certainly that's something that my successor will have an opportunity to be a part of. But I think that would yield strong candidates with the right mindset in serving in this role, and I think it would restore some sense of public faith and legislative understanding that we are taking this seriously as a public institution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Other comments on salary, compensation? Yes, Regent Verheugen.
I'd like to ask a couple questions. We're talking about, let's see, salary and compensation are two different things. And so are we talking about salary? Or are we talking about salary and compensation? Because when we look at what the compensation is of our current president, it is more than just salary. It includes housing at East Cliff, it includes other pieces, it includes deferred retirement, it includes other deferred compensation pieces depending on contractual performance, et cetera. And so if we're just talking about salary, then that is a different conversation.
Let's just talk about salary, okay? Let's combine our discussion to that because we don't know what other components that, you're right, make up compensation and whether they'd be even appropriate for an interim position. So let's just focus on salary. Get your input there.
That's all I needed to know right now. I'm interested in other thoughts. That was just my clarifying question.
Do you have any thoughts you want to share on what you think the salary should be? That you want to share at this point?
I would like to hear, I know Regent Kenyanya had his hand up, so I'd like to hear what he has to say and give it some thought. I just wanted that clarifying question, so we're all speaking from the same sheet.
All right, Regent Kenyanya.
Yeah, thank you. I guess my comments will be brief. It's no surprise I generally agree with what Regent Rocha said, just about the approach to compensation at this institution. What I will say is, and it's been said, it depends, right? With who you end up with. And I say that because if you went with the cap, for example, that's a salary cut for some, possible would-be candidate. I mean, it's my understanding. We have folks compensated at or about maybe higher than the president, in different places. So I think it definitely depends, internal, external, where they're coming from, And I'm glad you brought that up, that question, Regent Verheugen, about, other forms of compensation. Some we'll have to figure out. I think maybe I'm assuming here, but I don't think the housing piece would maybe be part of it, or at least that housing.
Let's just focus on salary. I want to get your input on that.
So I guess with the "it depends" framing, I would generally agree that we should show some. Trying to think of a better word than frugality, but that's the only one I could come up with.
Fiscal responsibility.
Thank you. Fiscal responsibility.
Okay, so Regent Rocha put out a cap and said his preference would be something like 400,000, but he suggested 500,000. And he gave the basis, and I understand you're agreeing with his underlying reasoning, saying we should be frugal or we should be isn't going to be helpful. That we can't put that out on our position statement. So I think we need to know, it's more helpful to say, we're at as Regent Davenport said, it should be presidential compensation, but at the low level, at the 10 or 20% level, if you looked at the market, Others have talked about augmentation. Regent Tad Johnson talked about current salary and maybe augmentation of their current salary 10 to 20%. That gives guidance to those who are applying, at least internally. So if there's a number you want to put out there, or that would be more helpful, at least in terms of how we can tee this up with potential candidates.
I like that neighborhood, if you will, that Regent Rocha suggested of 5. But I again, I don't have, people's compensation in front of me, but I imagine some candidates, especially internal, won't fit that because I don't think you can ask someone to go down either, right? So then in that case, what Regent Tad Johnson said makes sense. So, there is no perfect number, but I do like that.
Okay, so to paraphrase, subject to any potential internal candidate who is making more than 500,000. For those anyone who applies is making less, you would do augmentation, is that correct? But if they're making currently over 500,000, you would do augmentation, or you'd bring them back to 500,000? That's what I'm trying to ferret out. And if they're external, what we're telling any external candidate is it's not going to be any more than 500,000.
I think you regurgitated correctly, but now I'm hearing it, and I have to think about what I said.
All right.
But yeah, I think you heard me correctly, but.
Okay, and you can come back. I'm just trying to ferret out again what you're thinking.
Yeah, no.
Yes, Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. A couple things. One, I would say, consistently, since I've been on this board, I would share a philosophy similar to Regent Rocha's about the bigger picture. When it comes to this, and I'm very open to hearing others' thoughts on this piece that you just hit on, Chair Mayron, about what are the practicalities if it's an internal or an external candidate. I would think that's going to become difficult. And so I would be interested in what other institutions have done related to this exact question, because I would think just on its surface that you would draw a line and say whether we're in the neighborhood of 5, 6, whatever we end up being, that line would just be the same. Internal candidates would understand that this is how this board views the position of the presidency, and to think about it that way, independent from what their current compensation or salary structure is for their internal position. And then obviously it's a little bit more clear of a line with an external candidate. I would think that makes sense. There may be practicalities or nuances that I'm not thinking of, but I would assume that it gets really complicated then if you have kind of two different standards, understanding why we would, but we'd have two different standards for the internal versus external candidate, that the cleanest way to do it would just be to draw the line. This is how we view the opportunity. If you're an internal candidate, you have to think about that independently from what your current position is. I'm open to reactions and thoughts on that, but that's what I'm thinking about so far, given others.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. What you'd like to do is it not have a different way of thinking about compensation if it's external or internal. You'd like to have it be the same for both external and internal. And it sounds like you're saying that, so for example, for an internal candidate, let's assume we agreed with what Regent Rocha, not to exceed $500,000. If an internal candidate is currently making more than $500,000, they need to understand their salary for the taking on this position will drop back to $500,000. And for an external candidate, they'll understand that this position will pay $500,000. Is that basically what you're suggesting?
I am throwing that out there as a scenario that I'm interested in hearing people's reactions to.
Okay. Understand. Regent Hipsch.
Well, Regent Mayron and to Regent Farnsworth, I think we're going to limit our internal candidates by doing that. I don't think it's really fair. So if we really want internal candidates to apply, I think it needs to be an augmentation of what they're currently making, up to the 500,000. And for external candidates, I'm okay with 500,000. So like if they're making under 500,000, they'd get the 500,000. If they're over 500,000, they would get a 10 or 15% increase in what they're currently making.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. For internal candidates, if the internal candidate is currently making less than 500,000, this position would pay them for the year 500,000.
Correct.
If they are an internal candidate making more than 500,000, then they wouldn't be asked to drop back to 500,000.
Right.
They would be, receive their current salary plus some augmentation
Yeah,
to it.
10 or 15.
10 or 15 or some percentage. And if they're an external candidate, they would understand they would get paid 500,000.
So nobody is going to make less than 500,000, put it that way. And if you're, I don't think it's fair to internal candidates to have them take a pay cut. In fact, they should get a pay raise while they're doing this because it is more work, so.
Okay? I want to make sure I get everybody's thoughts. So Regent Tarabi or Regent Johnson?
I was like, I think you go first, but I was just going to say, I guess I have some concerns about sort of setting, I appreciate the comments that Regent Rocha raised about kind of just fiscal responsibility and sort of being in service, public service. I think that's helpful. But I also think that Regent Davenport's points are good, which is that look, we say we don't want to be, driven by the market, but that is kind of what's happening, right, or has happened. And so if we take ourselves out of that, I think the way for me to approach this is what Regent Davenport suggested, which is to look at that range and to stay on the lower end, because that feels to me like we're not trying to sort of just say this university is somehow so much more unique than any other university, and we're just gonna play our own game, because that's just not how it is. And I worry kind of what that might do in terms of, I guess, the people who could be really considering this. And so I'm trying to think, I'm generally in alignment that I think it would be good for us to really be fiscally, responsible and to consider all of those things given kind of everything else. But I think that, I do think that it is to look at the scale of precedents and then to say we are picking to be here in this range because of these considerations of fiscal responsibility, or, and also considering, all the other things that are kind of happening. But I don't know, it just feels like throwing out a number. And I know that number came from somewhere, but it also feels like it is just a number that's not really necessarily used. And so anyway, just my 2 cents about where I'm standing.
I apologize. We are going to pause the meeting for a minute, and I'm going to ask we go off the camera in a second. I had anticipated, I have out-of-town guests. I'll be frank, I have out-of-town guests who are arriving, and I'm supposed to pick them up at the airport, and their flight's coming in now a half hour early. So I'm trying to reach my husband, who I've been unable to reach, to say, would you go get them? And I can't reach him. I need to go call him, and I want to continue to be part of this conversation. So we're going to just pause for a minute. You all chit chat about the weather, your food, or go get more food, and I'll be right back. I apologize.
What did?
Maybe they can
So.
Ready? Thank you very much for indulging me on that. Really appreciate it. All right, we received the views of Regent Tarabi, and as I understand it, you were supporting the concept as articulated by Regent Davenport that we should be looking at paying presidential salary, but at the low end of the scale. All right. Other views? Before you do, I'm going to share my own, but
Okay.
I want to see if anybody else has any other views.
Just asked a question with Bo.
Regent Ruth Johnson.
Ruth Johnson.
Yep.
Whether you were thinking differently about external versus internal, like, a certain level, someone comes in external, or whether we think internal person could be augmented. We haven't really, we talked about some of those things.
So your question is, are you going to apply the same standard for internal or external, or would you apply the external, use that concept for external, and for internal, contemplate a current salary plus augmentation?
That's a good question. I guess I haven't thought too much about that, but I think that maybe in all fairness, it would make sense to not augment and to sort of have the same, and I recognize that would probably dictate a lot of reasons why some people may not apply or things like that, but I feel like if we don't apply the same, I guess, salary for the interim, then I think it could, all of our discussions may be, for naught because we already know that, we have some salaries that would be much higher than that, right? So to me, I'm just off the cuff now. I haven't thought too much about it. Unless someone can convince me otherwise, I would say probably not. Yeah.
Okay.
Augmentation.
I'm sorry, Clark.
I would not augment.
So you leave them at the same?
Yes.
Regent Bearhilling?
Yeah, I'm not supportive of setting a number at 400,000 or 500,000. Regent Rocha himself said if the legislative bill formula were applied, it'd be 609,000. That number is much closer to what our current president made. And by my understanding would be similar in range to what we would end up with on a salary basis, potentially even lower than what Regent Davenport was suggesting, as far as if you take the 25th and lower percentile as a cap, here's about where we end up. The current president's salary in 2021 was 649,000 and then increased over the last couple years. And so, it's difficult because we don't know which internal candidates we're going to be getting. But we do know that if we get an internal candidate who is planning to return to their position versus planning to retire, and even separate and apart from that, an internal candidate who will be doing the president's job, but may well be also asked by whoever their backfill is to assist in certain aspects of the transition from their former job while they're interim back to that job if they stay, or even if they are planning to retire after that. I guess there are several ways to think about this. One would be to set and say the cap for an external candidate would be 609,000, which was the number Regent Rocha said was calculated based on that 350% number. That the cap for an external candidate for salary would be 609,000. And then if it's an internal candidate, it would be their current salary plus up to 10% for that transitionary period. The other way to think about it is just to say this position, we will pay 609,000. Typically, when people are applying for jobs, it's either a range or you don't even know what that is. Instead, you're asked, please provide us your salary number when you apply for that job without knowing what it would be. And so those are the different factors that are bouncing around right now as I think through this and as we have these conversations. Particularly because with an internal candidate, we don't know who might apply and where they are and where they're set and all of that. And those are the thoughts that I'm having right now.
So my thinking on this is the starting place for me is in agreement with Regent Spigum and with Regent Davenport that we are asking this person to fulfill the role as president and that this person should be paid presidential compensation. That's my starting place. That's number one. Number two, the concept of paying them conceptually at the low range of the compensation of presidential compensation for an institution like ours is what I would be interested in doing for the interim position. As to those internal candidates, my view is if they are being paid less than that range, they would get an increase up to that range because they are performing the duties and responsibility of the presidential office. And while it is true that we are not going to be asking them to engage in certain activities that we might ask our permanent president to do, for example, to do strategic planning and that sort of things. The fact is their plate is going to be very full, and while the view may be that they are keeping the trains running, et cetera, they are going to be dealing with a myriad of issues, I believe, that we cannot anticipate, and we are going to expect them to engage in presidential, showing their presidential qualities and engaging in presidential activities. And so I think we need to pay for what the job is, and it's the job of president. That said, as to those internal candidates who might apply that in fact earn more than that number, and I will come to that in a minute, I think it's driven by the market, then for those individuals, I would cap them at their current salary. So if they make in excess of what we would pay someone using the concept of presidential compensation for presidential responsibilities, if someone's earning more than that, I would say to them, at this point, the nature of your current job is already valuing you at a very high level. And for you, we would ask that you continue at that level and that we're not going to ask you to drop back because I think we would lose potentially really good candidates. We've had this dialogue since I've been on the board with Regent Rocha. We fundamentally disagree about how to pay. Our policy as it relates to presidential compensation is driven by market compensation. That's true not only for our president, but every other employee. We look to what their duties are, what their responsibilities are, and where they fall within the market. And I recognize that the market for presidents is a very high number, and it is very, for some people, it is a really hard pill to swallow, and they do not like it. They're within the public or within the legislature. And I understand that, but I think if we want to get the very best candidates, I continue to subscribe to the view we have to be prepared to pay what their market dictates. As a judge, I earn substantially less than I could earn in the public sector, but it was driven by the market for judges, and judges earned more than the governor. And the federal judges earn more than the state court judges. Every market is different, and that's the market I think we need to look at. And to me, the market is the market for presidents of an R1 institution, a $4.2 billion institution. And I am not willing to deviate from our concept that we need to pay market value. So At the end of the day, to me, it's presidential compensation at the low end of the spectrum for presidential duties, except for internal candidates who earn more than that. I would ask them to stay at their current compensation level for the year. So that's my thinking on it. So, Regent Farnsworth.
Quick question, Chair
Yeah.
Mayron, what is that
What is what?
number to Regent Davenport's point?
I think I would look to HR, as we always do, to run the comparables for us, to find out currently what our, let me put it this way. There are other probably guardrails that I haven't expressed. That person shouldn't be earning more than President Gabel, who's on her way out. Okay, and so when we look at current market data today, we may find that, and I think we already started to find that President Gabel on salary, setting aside total compensation, she was at the bottom of the Big Ten. We already knew that as she left the door. But I can't envision that we are going to pay our interim president equal to or more than what we paid President Gabel. She also had 4 years of experience, 3 to 4 years of being our president. So I would be satisfied. I would like to look to HR, find out currently what's it look like, and I would want to be at the low end of the spectrum of whatever that number is, whether it's at the bottom or 10 or 20%. But I'm assuming any individual who is coming in external or internal, we're not going to be getting a president from an R1 institution who has had 4 years of experience seeking this position. So I would be comfortable conceptually with the idea that it will be at the bottom of the range for presidents currently. And if there is a range for interim presidents for R1 institutions, I'd be happy to get that data as well. So far, I was looking through the AGB materials that we all received, and they talk about interim presidents, but they don't talk about what they get paid. I don't know if there's data out there on what interim presidents of R1 institutions get. If it's out there, that would be relevant to me as well. But I still think at the end of the day, it needs to be driven by the market, and I think it needs to be paying for the value of the responsibilities that we are placing on this person's shoulder. So I know that Regent Rocha's got, I don't think we've heard from, no, we have heard from Regent Hips, so I'm going to let Regent Rocha, I want to make sure we're getting everybody's view before we go back around the table.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. First, I want to just point out that I fully support, when taking on the responsibilities of chair of the board, a 50% increase in your regent compensation.
Thank you, because 2 times 0 is still 0.
So, addressing a couple comments that you made, Madam Chair, before my couple short remarks here. One is, I feel like you make my case for me when you talk about taking a position as a judge, which has the same effect of legal education, legal competence, importance. One of the first partners I worked with as an associate at the previously Briggs & Morgan law firm left a partnership, a lucrative position, to be a state district court judge, which took a substantial compensation cut, but the respect and the honor of serving as a judge was attractive to him, and he chose to do that. This is a paradigm shift in what we're expecting from the leaders of our higher ed institutions. It's a paradigm shift that actually takes us to the first 150 years of our institution's history. I appreciate Regent Verhalen bringing up the compensation issue, and I'm just kind of a simpleton and old school, because back in the day, salary was virtually it. It was salary plus benefits. I actually attended an AGB conference shortly after I returned to the board, and there was a session on presidential compensation, in which, of course, I was interested in. They actually had a conversation about how you could provide performance and retention bonuses in a way that wouldn't draw public concern by substantially increasing the total compensation to university presidents. That didn't exist my first time around on this board, not in that way anyway. And that's disturbing, because while our president has had a salary in that range, the fact is that with bonuses, total compensation is substantially higher than that, and that needs to be understood. I would go to Regent Hipsch's comments. It is a paradigm shift that serving as the president of the university has its own reward in addition to compensation that the vast majority of people in this state would consider, a tremendous level of compensation. When we talk about internal versus external, I think it should be the same standard. When we have some people on at our university that are paid more than the range that I'm describing, or even more than the base level for the outgoing president. But they wouldn't be taking this position in that expertise. Perhaps they're a medical professional or a business school dean, or the like of that variety. So then the conversation maybe is that if you want to serve as interim president, you would serve at this rate, and then when the term expires, you would return to your position and return to that rate. But again, this is a paradigm shift. And when we talk about the market, and that gets bandied about a lot, market is what you have to pay to fill a position. And when you look at the extremely challenging positions in other public service, whether it's in national defense, whether it's in local administration, whether it's take a governor, for instance. Our governor, $174,000, I think. And yet there are still a lot of talented people that work very hard to serve in those positions. And so the paradigm shift that occurred about a quarter century ago has been really damaging to the institution of higher education. All schools were where we were at that point. And with the influx of money from the student loan programs and the like, institutions were able to raise at will. There's some other elements that are a part of that, but we need to start to be a leader in this respect. And when we talk about other Big Ten schools or others, it feels like peer pressure to me. The average Big Ten president lasts, the service runs generally about 5 years. I would love it to be 5 years at a respectable but reasonable public compensation. And then if after 5 years they've shown that they're superstars, let someone come and try to steal them at that point. But until we make that change, other schools aren't going to make that change. And I think there are other institutions that have been more reserved in this regard. And so for the interim position specifically, it's another conversation that you and my successor can have going forward for the permanent position. But for the interim position, we're not trying to steal people from other Big Ten universities. We're not going to have other people trying to pick that person off, or at least I don't expect they will within that year. It's a different function. It's a very important conversation with the state of Minnesota. It's going to have a huge impact on how the legislature and the public views this board and this institution, and our commitment to the public nature of this university, to controlling costs so that our students aren't being crushed by debt until they're 50. And so from that standpoint, I don't know if a motion makes sense and whether I even have a second at this point, but I would move to limit the non-benefits compensation to up to $500,000. And I would also ask that candidates provide their salary range, their salary expectations with their applications, so we understand the apples to apples comparison in that regard.
Okay, let's do a friendly amendment to your motion.
Sure.
If we could just address the main part of your motion, which is to limit compensation to no more than $500,000. The piece about that they provide us their salary expectations, I think that's a separate dialogue about whether we need this at this point. I think the key is to see if whether people are supporting your motion or not to limit it. We can always talk about what we want them to include as part of their application, including salary expectations. Sure. Would that be okay?
That would be fine, Madam Chair. And I would clarify it's non-benefits compensation.
Non-benefits compensation. Is there a second to Regent Rocha's motion to limit non-benefits compensation to the interim president compensation package annual salary of no more than $500,000? Well, it would be $500,000.
Correct.
So if you're made less, you get up to $500,000. If you're an internal candidate, you made more, you drop down to $500,000. All right. Correct. Is there a second to his motion?
I would second. This is James.
All right. Any further discussion on this motion? Yes, Regent Davenport.
It's feeling too early for me to set a definitive line on this one. So I'm not ready to vote for that. Yes, yet I understand, appreciate your intent.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Yes, Regent, just on this motion.
Great. Chair Mayor, so I've got the Big Ten president's data for salaries from the last available chart, which is December 31st, 2021. And
I'm sorry, it's December,
31st, 2021.
so it's 3,
Well, you're old. They don't have the 22 data yet, I'm
Okay.
sure, so they'll get it. But
all right.
the average Big Ten salary was 802,000,
Is that's just base compensation?
just annual base compensation. And there were, you know, to go with Regent Mayeron's 20th percentile, that would be around $600,000. So, and that was exactly what, so I think we're all pretty close about saying the same thing. And I think if Regent Rocha was up his motion to $600,000, we could pass this thing pretty fast. But, because that puts Regent Davenport, Regent, and Regent Boateng-Urabi and Cody Verhalen, and all of us are kind of in the same realm, right?
Coalition.
Yeah, so.
All right, let me, so.
I'm asking if
you could
Regent
do what
Rocha would
Regent
amend
Rocha
his
does, which
motion.
is make a friendly amendment to his, to raise his, no, you can't.
There's no friendly amendment.
There's no friendly amendments. All right, this is an unfriendly, how about an unfriendly
Hostile,
amendment?
there's only amendments. to
All right,
amend
there's
that.
only
There's nothing
amendments,
else.
all right. So,
Madam Chair.
yes.
I think Regent Verhalen may have wanted to make a comment. I could take an action, but I think maybe.
Let's hear from Regent Verhalen.
I am struggling because if we set that number and an applicant makes more than that, 620,000, as an internal candidate, we would then be asking them to do the job of president, but also continue to provide support to whoever their backfill is for now a pay cut. And that troubles me. If the motion were just, we would set the cap for anyone making less than that or an external candidate at 609,000, and then any candidate making more than that,
Internal candidate
who makes more than that, it would be part of the negotiation, or we would say that they will not make any more than that. I would support it. But I'm not sure it's the best decision for the university to say those internal candidates who already make more than 609,000 to do the job of president, which is the market for president, and whether we like it or not, they will still need to provide some support services to whoever is backfilling for them for a pay cut.
Okay. So to summarize where you would, if we could, I think you suggested 600,000, you suggested 609,000.
That was the actual
Okay.
math, yeah.
All right, so using what you said, if we said that the base compensation, meaning salary, just the salary component of it, was 609,000, unless the individual is an internal candidate earning more than 609,000, that individual could continue to earn their current salary or a current salary plus an augment, perhaps.
And they could always volunteer to take a pay cut.
They can volunteer to take a
I'm not
pay
gonna be mad
cut or
about
do it
that,
for
but-
free.
Yep.
Don't hold your breath, but otherwise it'd be capped at 609,000. Is that what you're proposing? Or then you could vote in favor of it.
For an external candidate or those making less than that amount.
All right, okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I worried me to hear from Regent Davenport too, unless you're about to agree with what she says.
Go to Regent Devon.
All right.
I don't think we have the data in front of us to make this decision right this moment. I would suggest we still look at a range, because once we put 609 out there, it's at least 609, it's 609, and I think we need to do some current data numbers, washing or whatever it is, to see what is that range, because I think we're going to have people we're interested in who would fall. We got some parameters, and they're gonna fall in that range. So we might land on a candidate that my view might be, wow, 609, that's a lot. And that's a bit of a cry from 400 to 500. So you are kind of looking at this market, but.
Well, that's why
comment.
my first comment was no more than 609,000. But
Okay, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. So what are you suggesting? I mean, the goal was, and if we can't do it, because people say, you know what, we need more data. I think conceptually, we have to decide, are we going to be interested in what the market has to say about this or not? And if we're not interested in what the market is saying today, I mean, Regent Hipsch was giving us December 2021 data, then, and we just want to set a number, whatever the rationale is, we can do that. If we want the market data, it means we defer our decision on what the salary range is going to be. And we will have to take it up at the meeting on the next meeting, which will be next week. And it just means we don't begin our, which is fine. We just don't begin our process to say to candidates, get ready, file your letters of intent by next Friday, because we won't have that information about salary until whenever the meeting is scheduled. And I don't know if Sarah may be listening elsewhere, or do we know when the
Madam Chair, you'll need to make that decision based on which regions you don't want to be available for the meeting.
Thanks a lot.
so, Chair Miranda, why couldn't we start the process without knowing what the numbers is and just ask them, provide your salary range?
Yeah.
Why?
Provide your current
salary. Provide what you think provide your salary range to do this job. Why couldn't we start the process and do that?
You could, but I think there could potentially, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. There could be candidates out there who say, until you tell me what the compensation is going to look like, what your range is going to be, I'm not going to go through the process of raising my hand, filing my letter of intent, getting my recommendations, and going down that route. So the question is, do you lose candidates, and that potential candidates because you have yet to provide a key piece of information? Now, on the other hand, we could say to potential candidates, our philosophy is going to be that we are going to pay presidential compensation at the low end of the range for presidential duties. We're in the process of developing current information as to what that number will be. But as to internal candidates, we will tell you whatever that number is. If your current salary is more than that, we will not ask you to take a pay cut. I think you could do that conceptually if we agreed on that concept. And then I think we can get the information out to candidates that they can see it's going to be market driven by presidential compensation. And if you're internal, you won't have to take a pay cut because you applied for this job.
But that's what I'm struggling with is we could lose, to your argument, we could lose candidates if we don't tell them what the number is. We could lose candidates if we do tell them what the number is.
Right.
And so,
I think you will, true.
And so that's where in certain application processes, you submit with your application what your range is to do that job. And that can be part of our non-identifiable discussion. If someone says, I'll do this job, they have a great set of qualifications, but they said, I'm not willing to do it for less than $2 million because that's what I make for managing my Fortune 100 company, we're not hiring them.
I guess I'm out.
Or we go back to them and say, we'd be happy to consider you, to move you into the finalist pool. So we haven't made them a finalist yet, still not public. Happy to move you in the finalist pool, but based on our conversation after we've seen the data, after we've seen the applications, here are our bookends. Are you still willing to move forward in this process? And they say no, then we know.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, because we don't have agreement yet on what the compensation ought to be at this point, and in order to move the process along and get our, hopefully get letters of intent in as soon as we can, that at this point we let them know the essence is we're working on it, but in the meantime, we would like to know your salary expectations.
To do this job.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to hear Regent Davenport. She has a thought or a recommendation, and then I would like to speak.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I have a thought.
Whenever you get to
Okay.
me.
And that is, if
How
we
did
take
you,
a,
how did you communicate that to him? Did you text him and let
I'm
him know?
not saying.
Oh, all right.
I think I'm looking at the same,
All right.
so
Yeah.
as a compromise, the low end on the data I'm looking, I don't know if that's the same as yours, the low end of the Big Ten is 383. And I like the idea of a bookend, so I would suggest we put in a range that I would say, and I mean, this is without any real data, I mean, some data, 350 to 609
As a baseline or as a?
as the range.
And what do you do with internal candidates?
Expected salary,
And what do you do with internal candidates who currently
well,
earn
then I
more
thought
than?
we already kind of,
What did we do?
Regent Rocha definitely didn't make that part of his motion.
No,
so.
that is not part of his motion, that you wouldn't ask an internal candidate who is earning more than the range, that they would not take a pay cut.
that's a separate, I think it's a separate question to the motion, maybe not.
Well, to me, they go hand in hand, because they go hand in hand.
I think that the data, excuse me, the data she shared, I think it was from 2021. And I think wasn't the range 380 to 1.6 million.
To 1.6
So
million,
that's the range
383,
in the Big
383.
Ten.
That's,
2021.
but salary only. That's
Salary,
not bonuses
salary.
and like.
Base salary.
I think Regent Kenyanya wanted to speak to the topic.
Yes?
Yeah, thank
Go
you. I was gonna say just on the data, or the 2 data points that we have here, yes, they're outdated, and I think we can all be sure that that's gone up or moved since then, but I do think that lag of about 1.5 years and whatever percentage that's gone higher by, I think that's still useful because we are talking about an interim. And again, we don't have a market for interim, but I imagine whatever that lag is probably representative of the different expectations and qualifications that you're gonna expect out of an interim. I also, to Regent Verheugen's points, you know, it's just tough to ask someone to come down. You know, if it is an internal candidate, regardless of like where I'd like to see that number at. One could argue that the market is then telling us that president, and especially interim president, is lower than whatever their, you know, current role is. But I would, it's a Thursday.
Yeah.
It's not a text.
Yeah, I just asked why the sirens are going off.
It's not the
I
first
think they're
Wednesday.
testing them.
It's Severe Weather Awareness
Yeah.
Week.
Yeah.
They
That's right,
test
that's
them
right, turn, yes.
1:45 and I
That's it.
think at
Yep.
6 PM on one day.
Yep.
It's
I was
separate from
teeing
the.
you up.
Today, we heard that
For
today
that.
on NPR.
Okay, so just to wrap that up,
Okay, guys,
I do agree that if it's an internal candidate hire, I mean, you ask him to stay right there because I don't know how you have that conversation. I also agree that I think we can solicit candidates if we're not able to action on this. But despite the little comments we're making, it kind of feels like we're in the same area, and I think we can get somewhere today. But if we don't, I think we still move
all
forward.
right, well, the current motion on the floor, which was seconded, is that the salary be capped at $500,000, that the salary for this position be $500,000. I think what we should do, unless you want to modify your motion or something, is vote on it.
I would like to use the time-honored opportunity to speak to my motion after conversation and then move.
Now's
forward.
the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't agree because I think the paradigm shift requires that same concept, that if the honor and respect of the position is part of the compensation, as it was for the first 150 years of our institutional history, it has to apply to everybody. And so if an internal candidate wants that position, right now, I can guarantee you that it is a substantial pay cut for me to be serving the public at this meeting versus sitting back at my office, doing my day job.
Okay.
But, Madam Chair, I'm rocking and rolling here. So the fact is, I think that I like what Regent Verheugen is saying. And because, again, we bandy about this market statement. We could have a long conversation about whether that actually applies to anything in a meaningful way, other than to see these costs go up and up and up. I think asking people for their willingness, asking for their number, asking for what their salary expectations would be, their compensation expectations, I think that's a great way to see what the market is, because I think that there will be people who have substantial talent that will be willing to do it for a reasonable amount of money for the honor and respect of serving as our university president. So what I would like to see happen is, Madam Chair, is I would move the previous question. I'd like to have a vote on my number. I think I can foresee the result of that, and then, perhaps move into the conversation about requesting the salary range.
All right, let's call the question on the motion. All in favor of the motion to set the interim presidential annual salary, to base salary at $500,000, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. So that was 7 votes, I heard.
All right, unfortunately, Regent Farnsworth, that came out all garbled. I think you voted in favor of the motion, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
All right. Did anybody, I couldn't tell, was there any other aye in the room? And you voted in favor of that as well, Regent Kenyatta? All right, so we have 3, and those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody abstaining?
Used to be 5.
The motion fails. So, does anybody else want to make a motion? Go ahead, Regent Verheul.
Mayron, I would move that as part of the application materials that we're seeking from applicants, that we ask them for their salary range, their base compensation salary, non-benefits, whatever the exact proper wording of that is.
Let's just call it base salary.
The Vice President of HR can help us with, as part of their application materials.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second. Oh, I'll defer to Regent
Any,
I've said my piece on this.
all right, any
and so-
further discussion on this motion? Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Any further motions? I will make a motion then. I will move that we indicate in our materials that the compensation will be presidential compensation at the low end of the range for the most current data that we can obtain for Big Ten salaries. And to the extent that any internal candidate, and it'll to be determined because we don't know what that number is, and to the extent that the internal candidates make less than that number, they will stay at their current compensation. They will not be asked to take a pay cut.
That's against
More than that.
You just said.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If they make more than the number that we're setting based on this formula driven by the low end of presidential compensation, they will continue to earn their current salary. They will not be asked to take that lower number. That is my motion.
I will second it, and I will ask for a roll call vote.
I got a question.
Anybody wish to speak to that? I've already shared my reasons for that.
So by
Regent
definition of the low end of the Big Ten, do you mean the lowest quartile?
I would take that as a friendly amendment, the lowest quartile.
Okay, then it's got a definition on it. Okay, now I can support it, so.
And,
I don't know if I need so I'm modifying my motion to say the lowest quartile.
and as the one who seconded it, I'll support that change, but I'm letting you know, I'm not going to, I don't know how if I'm going to support the motion or not. Because it cuts against the motion.
Just passed.
It cuts against the motion that we just passed as to asking for their range. Because now we're predetermining what the minimum amount would be.
And I understand, and the reason I voted in favor of your motion is if you want to ask what people's salary expectations are, I have no problem asking what their salary expectations are. But at the end of the day, to me, it's our decision based on how we value this job and what we think we should be paying for this job, and what, in light of what we're asking, what this person is doing. And in the normal course, you would ask somebody about their salary expectations, but to be honest, in the normal course of jobs, at least in the private sector, the application will give a range of what a person can expect, so they know whether they want to apply or not. And so that's where I voted in favor of your motion, but not because I wanted to end the dialogue there. So if you want to ask what their expectations are, I'm fine doing that. But for me, that does not drive how we arrive at compensation here for the university. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Regent Roshan.
I rise metaphorically to speak in opposition to the motion. That the market will dictate what people are willing to work for. I also think that what you're proposing puts internal candidates at a disadvantage if they are seeking the opportunity to serve as interim president, because they can state within their application whether they would need to be at their current compensation or whether they'd be willing to come in under that. And that will be part of the calculus, and one of the reasons why I was in strong support of Regent Verheugen's suggestion in motion, that if you have two very comparable candidates, but one of them is willing to come in and do it for 500 or 609, and the other person says, I need to have 1.3 million, well, that gives, the public relations value alone of selecting that with the more modest compensation rate would make it attractive to this board to select that person. I think that what you're providing with this motion is your public statement of where you would like to see the compensation ultimately end up as. And I think that that is an appropriate statement to make, but I don't think that at this moment, especially on the heels of a motion to request compensation expectations, thus letting the market speak to us, I don't think it's an effective resolution, and it's certainly something that we can discuss when it comes time to making an offer to an individual candidate. So I would speak in opposition and vote against it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, Regent.
I think your motion works very well for internal candidates, but for similar reasons for external candidates, I don't think it works that well.
Tell me why.
Well, because I like to see what their range would be. Because if we can save some money by getting a lower range, that's great. But I think it's fair for internal candidates. So, I think we have, and they're going to see what the range is anyway. And so, and so that's going to be a negotiation at the end of the day. So, but I think it gives our internal candidates something to really look at and decide, okay, they don't have to take a pay cut to do this. And that's important too, so.
Yes, Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. The practical, traditional side of me goes with you. The do-it-yourself D word. And I think somewhat of a test to the characteristics we look for tell me to take the risk on the what are your salary expectations question.
And you do that first before you,
For
in other
external.
words, voting against my motion.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough, I understand. Yes, Regent Kenyatta?
Yeah, I think, I think even if we don't pass a range or a number today, we've benefited from the conversation. And my mind's changed a little, I've learned things, whatever. And quite frankly, to a thorough candidate, this conversation is available.
Yep.
Right, so it's not action, but what we're all thinking. So I think with the motion that we've had to get the range, let's get that. We know each other's thoughts, the public knows our thoughts, and then we can revisit that again, because like we've said, it depends. Even if we pass a motion, we're making different clauses for internal, external. So I think we'd be fine leaving it with the last motion.
All right, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
I think you should amend your motion
You think
to
are
internal
so close.
candidates.
Here we are. So close to freedom.
I'm hearing where this is coming
Okay.
out. I think that, and I'll tell you what I'm also hearing. I'm hearing we want to hear expectations, particularly with our external candidates, particularly with internal candidates who are, earn less than what they're hearing might be the low end of whatever data we're going to use for presidential compensation. I think we're also understanding that we need to get a sense of, if we're going to look at external candidates, what their expectations are. And I understand that. And so I think at the end of the day, I am confident we're going to get to the right result. And at the same time, it allows us, I think, to hopefully get some current data from HR as best we can on presidential compensation that's more recent. Maybe there isn't out there. Maybe there is data on interim presidential compensation to guide us. But going to Regent Kenyania's point, I think we've had the benefit of our thinking on this, and so as the public, as to what direction we think we want to go, which is I'm hearing an appetite for most of us to take care of our internal candidates, to make sure that anybody who is earning more than whatever that theoretical number is for presidential candidates, we're not going to ask them to take a pay cut. I think that's what they ought to be hearing. And as for, we need more data on what does it look like for market. We have the view of Regent Rocha and Regent Kenyania to some extent, and Regent Farnsworth, that we need to be sending a message in higher education generally that being driven by market, it's a runaway train, and we need to look at it. So I think the public has heard the different views, and I think we'll be, once we get this information, hopefully from candidates and from HR, we'll be in a better position to come up with the right compensation. So I'm comfortable withdrawing my motion as is. All right, yes, Regent Verheugen. Any further discussion on salary?
Not on salary.
All right.
But to circle back on where are we at on moving this process forward now that we've put a pin in this and have a path forward on the salary discussion? What timeline are we going to be working on here to get these application materials? I mean, we have to get the information out.
Yep.
Out of Mr. Langworthy's document into the public sphere so that applicants can start working through it. The potential waiver language that General Counsel Peterson raised. And so when's the soonest we can get that out? And then how long do we leave it open? Do we leave it open for 48 hours? Do we leave it open for 72 hours? What's the thought there? And if there isn't a thought, that's fine, but we need to.
Okay, well, let me make a suggestion. I think that so let me just talk out loud here for a minute. I think the next step is to have our board meeting next week, special board meeting. And what I'd like to do is, well, we have two choices. Either I go and talk with Sarah and look at what's happening right now with it, or we can notify you tomorrow on which day we landed, but I know everybody wants to know when the next board meeting is. In the interim, I think we would ask the board office to now take the information we have on position, the description of the position, the attributes that we are looking for, to create a document, something that we can then share with the community at large that is inviting these letters of intent along with recommendations. The question is for you all, they'll do a great job, they'll do it really fast, and then who's it going to go to for review? If you want it to come back to the full board so that we all 12 of us can scrivener together on this, then we can wait and have that at the next board meeting. If you're comfortable delegating it to myself and a couple other people to do it, or something in between. But I need to know who's gonna, among the board, gonna bless the communication inviting a letter of intent in from others. In the meantime, hang on just a second, I'd be asking the Ken Horstman and his office to gather whatever data they can get on presidential current data on presidential compensation for comparable universities and if there is data for interim presidents, to inform us on that discussion as we go forward. So that's what I'm envisioning. Mostly I want to know, once the board office prepares their documentation, who's going to look at it and say, yep, let's get it out the door. And then we can talk right now. Once it's agreed on, do we give 2 days, 5 days, et cetera? I mean, presumably anybody who's interested in this position or has somebody that they want to be interested, they're listening, they're going to see it, and they're going to be talking to them right now. You know, we know you're going to apply, we know, and they're going to start getting ready to submit their letter of intent. So I would think we could have a fairly short timeline.
So to that, as soon as the materials are ready, I would suggest, not making a motion, I would suggest that the chair of each of our committees, along with you, review it, bless it, and send it out.
I'm sorry, the chairs of
each of our existing committees, our standing committees, review it and send it out.
Is that an open meeting law? Do we have an issue with the open meeting law? That if we have assuming the collective body here agrees to delegate it to a smaller group to make that decision on the materials, and it's one of the heads of each of our standing committees, of which there are 6 of them.
But your chair and...
That's true. There are 5 of them. Whether we need to give a notice via the open meeting law and allow the public to, I don't know what, watch us talk about as we scrivener that language. General Counsel Peterson or Associate General Counsel Slavitt, any advice for us on this?
Watch your back.
I hate to add into the mix, but the case law with regard to open meeting law issues and what constitutes a quorum works off of a group that has delegated authority. So if you delegate authority to a small group, then the quorum rule works off of whether that there are enough members of the delegated community or committee to constitute a quorum of that group, such that then converts it into an open meeting law issue. So
what does that mean practically? If 5 of us came together?
I would rely on the board office, it seems to me, to take in your thoughts and develop a draft announcement. And then come back to the full board? And then you could come back, next week when you're in a meeting if you need board eyes on all of that. On the other hand, if you'd rather kind of defer it to OBR based on your comments today and feel comfortable with that, that would be a route that wouldn't implicate the open.
So not dissimilar where OBR may develop resolutions for us and then for the board to act on, and then it comes before the full board to act on those resolutions, and sometimes we wordsmith in the middle of our board meeting. We'd be doing that as well. I mean, presumably we'd get this, OBR would get it to us all in advance, and people aren't doing it on the fly, and they could make suggested changes at the next board meeting.
Right. I mean,
what that does mean is that at the next board meeting, what it does mean is we're not going to ask for any letters of intent to be submitted until some date after the next board meeting.
As a practical matter, that's right, and I think the issue before you is whether you as a board want to further deliberate on that position description and the related materials.
The other choice is just to have OBR do it, and we'll live with whatever they did and get it out.
Madam Chair?
Another choice.
I think we've had a great conversation, and the thoughts are out there, and once OBR synthesizes that, I think I would be comfortable letting the chair take a look at that and approve that. Just, we can't wait till next week to then get the start receiving applications. So I would be comfortable, and I appreciate the question and posing it. I mean, I'd be comfortable with the chair approving that. I don't know about others.
Chair, just
Yes.
I would like it to be as soon as possible. I think we all saw on the screens what it's going to generally look like, and as long as there's fidelity to what we're all expecting, I'm very comfortable with OBR working with the chair to.
Anybody have a problem with that? I won't listen if you have a problem with that. I mean, I'll pretend you said no.
I'm just looking at the May 5th date is a Friday. I'm making the assumption we're going to have to meet twice more, so that would put us on Monday or something the same week, which is May 1st. And then if we meet one time next week, could we do this in 3 more meetings? I think we can, you know? So I want to stick with that May 5th deadline. That's where I'm at. Because I think it's a very important topic.
I would say, as my mother used to say, it all depends. You know, I mean, if you all keep working with me and making yourself available and understand, like I can see what's happening here with the next board meeting.
One next week, at least one or
We're going to
next
work
week,
to get a
or-
couple more scheduled out. Is all I can say is anything you can do to rearrange your schedules. I mean, it's easier for me being retired to rearrange not my retirement activities than those of you who have other obligations. But anything you can do to open yourselves up basically between now and May 5th to create flexibility for these meetings as we begin to schedule them, I would encourage you to do so. We'll look at what's here there, and it looks like some of you are saying you're going to be unavailable. And all I can say is if you've told Rachel you're not available for any dates and there's any way you can revisit that now, that will help a lot, because the goal is to get everybody's input on this.
And I appreciate that OBR was asking for availability into the evenings as well, because
Yes.
sometimes that frees up
Yeah.
wide areas of information. You asked how quickly we want to get applications. My preference would be 48 hours after the application call is available, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Other reactions, my reaction is that's too soon. I mean, and part of it is, it depends on what we're going to ask them to do. It's one thing to say, all you need to do is raise your hand in a letter and say, I would like to be interim president. It's another to take the position description and all the attributes and characteristics and ask them to write why it is they have those attributes and characteristics and why it is they can meet the position description. I don't know what people's schedules are, but until they see that document, 48 hours is not very long.
Well, if you rewind this recording 2 hours, you'll be able to see that document and list of qualifications as well as what we're asking for. I mean, it's a question of, can we put something out that says,
How about
watch
72
the
hours?
I can probably live with 72 hours, but
Otherwise, 3 business days, 5, well, I don't know that I do business days. We need to include weekends on this, but give me a sense of how soon you want it out. Because we will work
as quickly as
to try and get this, I'm speaking for the board office, who I haven't spoken to, but to try and get this pulled together by tomorrow to get it out.
So you actually kind of went to my next question. I would be comfortable with the 72 after it's released, but I was going to ask Director Steves to how soon, recognizing the work and the consultation with HR, tomorrow, Monday?
What's realistic?
Yeah.
Well, Madam Chair, what we would do is, we certainly have the notes from today. We need to consult with the Office of Human Resources. We need to get some of the necessary language in place that would go on every position posting that the university has. We just need to do some of that legwork to make sure that we're not so far afield that we aren't, that we run into trouble. So we need a little bit of time. I don't know exactly how much time, but we will work as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you.
Okay, and again, for those of you, I mean, I've got the sheet here and you can look at it, but there are substantial periods of time when we have significant numbers of people who are not available. So for next week.
maybe it would be helpful if we can, once we're done here, we can take a look at that and see if we can adjust our own availability.
All right. And then maybe what I could do, if Sarah can hear me, is make copies of it for everyone, and you could look at your calendar right now to see if there's any way you can open up times. Because if you want to be involved, then, I mean, we want to do a quick schedule, you're going to have to free yourself up.
I think if I could add, Bridget or Halen saying the 5 to 8 and some of the other times.
We've
are
got,
added on.
we're listing,
I think there was one day, there's one or two.
I don't remember,
But
but
anyway, that helps a lot, because for those of us who are working.
every one of these, we asked you to provide information, I think,
Not
from 8
like-
a.m. to 8 p.m.
No,
but
not
I'll,
every day.
okay, then I'll have to verify that.
I do want to take 1 second and say thank you to OBR staff. I know these last 2.5 weeks and OGC and some of the others, the last 2.5 weeks, we've asked a lot of them in gathering information and pulling things together, and I personally really appreciate it.
It deserves a hand of applause. All right, well, let me also say that the remaining item, which is President Gable's transition activities, we're going to have to hold off to the next week's meeting. And at the same time, at that next week's meeting, we'll take up the issue of the vice chair. Anything else that people want to address yet here today?
Would you like a motion to adjourn?
I don't think I do.
You don't need one.
No, I don't. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Some people like it.
All right.
Yeah. Good to see you, Ann.